himself a crossover. Oh, killer crossover. Just crossover. It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Good afternoon.
Hello. Was I supposed to intro
You're
this?
supposed to say it.
Yeah. The crossover. Powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com.
Sorry, I suppose I could have done it.
Could have too. Yeah, that's right.
Look at Happer back on the
Wow.
radio.
See, I was confused though. I didn't have a camera shot of
Odson?
of Josh.
Yeah, where is he?
I'm
Over
around.
there. There he is. Wave.
There he is.
Wave to the folks.
I'm in
There
the
he is.
corner.
In the corner.
Yeah.
Nobody
Wow.
puts baby
Josh,
in the
what
corner.
hat is that? What hat is that?
It's my Jackie Robinson hat.
Oh,
UCLA.
we love Jackie.
Now,
Yeah.
when I put it on this morning, I forgot Nebraska baseball was playing UCLA this weekend. It's not a message of any
Hater.
kind.
Oh,
Classic.
It's a
we
tough
all
look
know
for
you're
you.
a Creighton guy.
Apparently, I'm hosting shoot-around.
That's right.
Similar vein, enough time has passed where I can tell this story. Remember when I wore that Hawkeyes baseball jersey last week?
No, that was Monday.
That
was
was
Monday?
Yeah.
It feels,
Yeah.
It feels like a week
Yeah.
ago.
Yeah.
I wore
Does.
that because I was going to wear a Rockies jersey. I'm like, oh, pro ball hasn't started yet. I have this college jersey. I didn't realize yet that Nebraska had lost to Iowa when I put that jersey on.
Nice, Nick. Wait, who is breathing?
Yeah.
My God, is that you, Happer?
Yeah, I don't know.
I
I don't have
think
a
so.
windscreen on my deal, so possibly.
Yeah,
Okay, you sound
yeah.
like James
How about now?
Gandolfini in The Sopranos.
Well, I'm feeling a little New Yorker. I had a big sandwich earlier, and
You did. It looked great.
Yep,
It did. It looked awesome.
Who does?
I wish I would have had time to go. I would have liked to have gone to Katz's.
Yeah, I bet New Yorkers probably. I mean, I don't know what the stats are, but I bet New Yorkers probably have heart attacks more often than the rest of the country.
I would
maybe.
think so. I mean, there's so much, all the pizza and the big sandwiches.
All the stress.
and
They're
the
always so
stress.
mad.
Oh, angry all the time.
Yeah.
Like today, for example. So Connor and I, we got here about 30 minutes ago, and it's always an adventure when
Fun.
we're this early in the day because the first game doesn't start for what? 4 more hours, something like that. Was it?
It's
4?
at 6, right? Isn't it at 6 o'clock tonight?
Yeah, 7
Our time, 7 your time?
7
Yeah.
Eastern. So anyway, so it's an adventure at times getting into this place, even though there's billions and billions of people in this building right now. And so today, go to one gate. No, we can't let you in here, but you got to go around to the main entrance. So we walk all the way around and go to the main entrance.
Mhm.
No. And then they called a couple of people and said, well, they're not letting you in until 3 o'clock, 3:30, whatever, blah, blah, blah. So I called my guy from the Big East, John Paquette, who's
Thank you, John.
retiring. Thank you, John, for letting us in.
Well,
And-
he didn't actually help us.
Well,
Oh,
he
screw
would
you,
have.
John, you jerk. I
Wow.
hate you. I hate
did
your
have.
guts.
But then we ended up walking all the way around the block to the entrance that is closest to our hotel that we skipped on the first
Oh,
go-around
no.
and walked in.
Didn't ask us any questions.
All we had to do was turn our pass around to show off our pass. And he looked at
Nice.
the little sheet, he hit the little button, and the gate opened, and we were in.
Yep.
It's always an adventure trying to get into this place.
They've told us at least 6 different ways to get into this building, and none of them are correct the first time.
I'm waiting for the year where they just tell us, yeah, you got to rappel in like the Heartbreak Kid, Shawn Michaels. You got to come in on the zip
Go
line.
from the Billy Joel sign
from the
up
Billy
there.
Joel sign and just zip down.
Things like that
Consecutive
stress me out.
performances. Oh yeah,
You stressed?
Yeah, I know.
Nick, you would not.
Like, I specifically hate things like that. Like, I'll try to go in, and they're like, no, you can't. I'd be like, oh, okay, but...
Well, to be fair, John had a moment like that when we went to the Colorado game in 2019 where
I was so pissed.
there was like one moment where he was like, if it doesn't work, I'm leaving. I'm just not going to be here. I'm like, we'll find it. We just got to find it. And he's like, no, I'm done. I'm going to leave. Thankfully, then the next place we got actually directed us to where we needed to go. But everyone was so confused. They sent us to the wrong end of the stadium. Like, how do you not know which entrance is for the media?
Oh, they were razzing the Husker media, right?
Maybe that's what it was. They
Oh.
saw where our badges were from.
Oh.
KOZN, that's not a station out here.
And then we ended up in a press box that looked like it had been built in like 1860. It was like dark and wooden and just really that place is a dump.
I wanted to try something.
What are you doing over there,
I'm
Nick?
seeing if I can get rid of some of that white space.
Well, it's
all I was
because we
trying
have
to do.
5 cameras on right now.
Yeah.
I think you could
do
just
you need to see Josh, or do you?
you
not?
could
Yeah.
kick the studio camera out
Kick the
there,
studio
Nick.
cam out?
Yep.
Okay. I
See
thought
you
it was
later.
weird because we just hear Josh's voice.
Let
but we
Josh
won't
be the
see him.
disembodied voice.
There you go.
Wow, look at us.
Yep. Now we're back
Is this right?
together.
Okay. Oh yeah. Okay. This is right. So when I look this way, I'm
Yeah.
looking at you.
Why
All right,
why does
you.
John look like he has
I know.
white light
He's
on
so
him,
white.
and Connor has gold. Like Connor looks golden.
Connor has a
Golden
Mac.
boy.
Yes,
Well, he is.
Connor has a better computer for camera
right.
stuff. John's computer is garbage for this.
No,
John, just
it's
say
not. It's
just say
fine.
you're right.
No,
You can admit that
no,
this
Josh,
is bad.
you'll never be right about anything.
Okay.
Shut up.
All right.
I don't want, you're wearing a stupid Cowboys hat again. I told you to give up on those idiots.
Well, I want to, but I can't.
Hey,
John.
is there going to be a Cooper Cup rift between the two of you if he
No.
goes to the Cowboys?
I mean, I won't blame him if he signs with him if that's the team that takes him.
People are saying that Cooper Cup is washed, though.
Yeah.
Maybe he's.
I don't
maybe
think he's
canceled.
washed.
Not as
I
a
think
second
he's got-
receiver, Happer.
I think he has value for someone. I'll be very sad. I mean, I'm sad that he's leaving, but if he goes to the Cowboys, it's where he ends up. I will never hate him.
Nice.
I'll be rooting against him while he's with the
Wow, that
Cowboys.
sounds
They
like you
could
hate
never
him.
make me hate you, Cooper Cup.
That's right. Cooper Cup is still the people's MVP.
John, we were talking about him yesterday. Schaefer and I were, and ended up looking at his numbers. And man, that 2021 season, wow, he was good.
Triple crown.
He
Triple crown.
was good. People
He was
forget.
that
He wins the
good.
He was
receiving triple
good.
crown, and yet they gave it to some stupid quarterback. I don't even remember who it was. I'm so triggered by it. It was probably one of Lamar's. Hey,
No,
how
I
you
think that was
feeling
Mahomes. I
Oh,
think
Mahomes?
2021 MVP was Mahomes.
Well, cool. Yeah. Who won the Super Bowl that year? We did.
That's true. It was.
You know what? It's too bad the Big East coaches
John-
weren't voting on that award. It would have been best player on the best team. The best team was
John,
the
I was
Rams.
wrong. It is future Minnesota Vikings quarterback Aaron Rodgers that was named
good
MVP in
grief.
2021.
Are we going to have to?
This is bad. Bad for
Are-
Mike Schaefer.
Yeah. Are we
Oh.
going to have to, as friends of Schaaf, if this happens, are we going to have to,
Dude.
like, do welfare checks? I mean,
Yes.
I'm already in Lincoln, so I'm closest to him. I guess I could take a couple of shifts every week.
He already hates his team so much.
Yeah.
You
Speaking
know,
of welfare checks, we'd have to do some on the fine people in the state of Mississippi if Aaron Rodgers goes to the Vikings.
Nice. Just keeps leaning into the Brett
Yep.
Favre angle.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It is
no.
wild. I mean, there's also a phone
Protect your
photo
volleyball
that he's
teams.
going to have to send at some
Yep.
point in
Yep.
time. I can't wait to
Diana Rossini is going to admit, hey, he sent me a picture of his junk.
Didn't the Vikings have their own little
Talking about Favre again?
was it that party boat or what? Was that the Vikings?
The
Well,
Giants had a boat.
Yeah, the Vikings
Oh,
had
is
the
it
guy
Gi-
who died on a boat, right?
Jeez.
No,
I think
you know what,
you're
John,
thinking
you're
of
right.
Corey Stringer.
Yeah, he died
But
at
didn't
practice.
the Vikings have like some kind of funky party sex scandal once upon a
Yes,
time?
Vikings boat party scandal in 2005. An
Yeah.
alleged sex party occurred on Lake Minnetonka with 17 members of the Vikings. Wow, that's a lot of members of the
That's
team.
a lot of
That's a
sex.
big boat.
It's a
lot of
huge boat.
members.
Yep, indeed.
Nice.
Fred Smoot.
Get your honk on Lake Minnetonka. Or,
Nice.
I got to work on that a little.
Mhm.
Doesn't quite rhyme.
Nice.
So yeah,
Like,
we
good
would definitely
talking.
have to check in on Schaefer. I'm already worried for him. I'm
Yeah.
already worried for him.
Has
I-
he been alerted of this? Has he commented?
I texted him about it earlier, and he just is catatonic, I think.
Just-
And then
It's
Kevin
already
Coug-
starting.
Kevin
It's pretty-
Kugler and I had a little fun with him on the J-Tech Construction Zone Twitter feed, and Schaefer also didn't like that joke and said that he hopes both of us get paper cuts today. So, yeah, he's not doing well.
Oh man.
Yeah, not doing well.
That's too bad.
Tough
Yeah,
times.
It really is.
Tough times.
Good thing
indeed.
football season is not for another
6 months.
several months.
It's
5.5.
so far away.
5.5 months, guys. It is getting so
Round
close
it up
now.
to 6.
Far
Round it
away.
up
I'm
to
rounding
6.
down. I'm rounding down. It's actually more like 5.5 or 5 months now.
How many
Baseball
days?
hasn't even started yet.
We are now 167 days, I believe.
That's disgusting that you know that, but I knew you knew it, so that's why I asked.
I do what I can. I do what I can.
Why are you? How are you even in the ballpark to know it exactly?
It
Is
came up a
out
couple of
control?
weeks ago with Austin Jacobson when he sat in for John. And so
And-
that was 2
and-
weeks ago today, if I remember
And I
right.
guarantee you, Jed's out there somewhere. He's got the. I mean, the date.
Thank you, Jed.
He probably
Jed,
changes a
the
tat.
podcaster.
Probably tattoos it on his wrist every day, and then changes the tattoo every day. Oh, it's 180 days.
Like
now,
Memento?
179 days. Yeah,
Nice
exactly.
reference.
Lenny.
Exactly. Josh is the kind of person, he's counting down to football, which makes him miserable. Josh is the kind of person
happy.
that he, if he was on death row, he'd be like, 3 days away from death row, 2 days away from death
I mean, not
row,
in that
1 day
tone.
away from
I would
death
definitely
row.
be counting down. If you're on death row, you're not counting down. Poll question. If you're on death row, you
Oh,
counting down to your death?
Would you Nico Jenkins it and say, hurry this thing the hell up?
Do people on death row want to die?
That's a great question. Do you want to get it over with if you're on death row, or are you like happy that you get to live a few more lives behind bars?
I don't know.
I
Or
think
I'll
I'd
take
want-
it day by
or-
day.
Let's do a
Or-
jailhouse interview.
Yeah.
Or are you really, really looking forward to that last meal?
Oh,
A lot of states don't do that anymore.
What?
Yeah, they put like a $30 cap on it or something.
It's like when you get in school
It's like
suspension.
3 eggs.
It's like when you get in school suspension in school and they just give you a bag lunch with a crappy cold ham sandwich with dry bread.
$30. This is a travesty for these murderers.
Damn.
Yeah.
Per
They
diem
wouldn't-
on death row ain't what it used to be.
I got a half a sandwich and a bowl of matzo ball soup for $30 this morning.
Alabama
Nice.
just put somebody to death by like firing squad, by the way.
What?
And like that person's last meal was like fried chicken
Oh,
Sounds about right. I
Yeah.
would do fried chicken.
and sweet
This
tea.
is the kind that Pedro brings in from the supermercado.
Oh,
I don't think it was that
it's
good.
probably like no frills fried chicken, and you're really
That'd be
disappointed.
good. And usually I want to die after that because it makes me feel horrible.
it's
But
cold
You
fried
imagine
chicken
some
from
poor
Hy-Vee.
bastards like, man, I'm gonna have fried chicken for my last meal, and they bring it in from some second-rate grocery store deli. It's like,
I'd be so bummed.
ah.
Nate says,
Yeah.
"What's the countdown to the next time Josh gets to eat wings?" Well, I had many leftovers from yesterday because we ate so well at the casino. So I'll probably have some either tonight or tomorrow.
They were extremely generous with the wings.
Dude.
I wasn't expecting
It looked
that.
like it.
Shape texted me this morning. He goes, "These wings are incredible." I go,
Yeah.
"I know they are. They're
I
really good."
Bet he wishes he got more than 5.
Yeah, he probably. Oh man, you want to talk about regret for Mike Schaefer? One, being a Vikings fan. 2, eating 5 minutes before I texted him, "Hey, we're getting lunch at the casino." Oh, I felt so bad.
By the
for
way,
him.
so it was like I didn't eat until like 8:30 last night, 9:00.
Yeah.
But I reheated some of those wings from the casino
Very
in our
good.
air fryer.
Yeah,
It was incredible.
there you go. Stop by, get the wings, folks.
wow.
Yeah.
The Prairie Flower Casino. What's it like in there? Is it pretty nice?
It looked. The
Oh,
pictures
it's
look
really
cool.
nice.
Awesome. I can't
It's-
wait to be there a week from today to watch some basketball with a listener and 9 friends.
Hoops.
I mean, are you actually going to watch basketball, or are you going to be like
football?
just walking from table to table, going, "It's 167 days."
Oh no, John! By next week it'll be 160 days.
Mhm.
But that's a
Whatever.
great. That's a great idea, John. Should
You
I do that?
You know what you should do? You should just wear it. You should just like have like how you have your running bibs.
Yeah.
You should have a countdown bib, and just wear that every day.
Josh, if football is so good, why don't we do a football watch party? It's very interesting. We have a basketball watch party for the big tournament.
We never
Yeah.
do football watch parties.
I'd love to do a watch party for a football Saturday. That sounds amazing. That was
Well,
the one
we can-
bummer about being
We
in.
can save it for Bowling Green.
Okay, let's settle down, John. When we were in Vegas, that was the only bummer is that we got there on Sunday instead of Saturday. It would have been great to be there on Saturday as well to watch the college games too.
I don't know if I could have done 2 consecutive days of all. It was just so bright. I needed a break every once in a while. And luckily there was a blackjack table that was waiting for me right around the corner.
That was the break for you. Blackjack, you just got
Blackjack.
blackjacked.
You just got blackjack.
Oh, speaking of,
Exactly.
Nick, what are we playing on the radio today with our listeners?
War.
We're playing War on the
Playing
radio.
War on the Did you bring cards?
I brought cards, normal cards.
Yep.
Normal, not dumb cards like Nick
So
has.
what's this? How's this going to work then?
War.
So
I've seen Vegas Vacation.
have you played War, John?
Rock, paper, scissors?
You don't play war; you experience war.
Nice, John.
Well, with War, you have 2 decks of cards, and you flip, and whoever has the highest one wins. Now, since that's a really fast game, we're gonna do 3. Like
Best of
every
3?
listener gets.
I think
3
go best out of
chances.
7.
Best.
There you go. I think go best out of 7. It'll take like 10 seconds.
Not a bad
won't be that
idea.
hard.
I mean, it really won't. So Nick will be one of us will be the house, and the other will be the listener.
Yes.
I
All right.
see.
I want to play for the listeners,
Okay.
the people. They're my people.
I guess the way I have it set up,
Nick is the enemy.
since I have to do these phone calls, you might have to just do them both. Would you
Okay.
be okay with that?
Joey is here. We can
I
ask
mean,
Joey
if
to come
I
in
had
and
a
help.
deck of cards on me, I could have done it. But
Happer, do you have a deck of cards on you?
No.
Bummer.
I like how you checked.
Maybe
just
we
to make
can
sure.
visit the New York Knicks gift shop, and we can get some.
Bing bong.
We can get some.
Actually, well, they might not ever let me back in. They might cancel me for just not being exactly where I am right now.
Yeah,
I don't
they
know.
might. We can get some Earl the Pearl Monroe gift cards, playing cards.
Yeah, I gotta search around and see if there's any merchandise. I'm gonna do that during your show while you are working, John.
Well, if you go up, you can go up to the bridge and get a close look at those banners.
those banners.
It's amazing. Happer just took a day off, but he's now on the air. This
Yeah.
is wild.
Well,
He's been on twice.
Yeah,
He,
that's
um,
right.
I'll pull the curtain back. He offered to do the show today.
Did he really?
Yeah, and I said, no, that's not why you went. I'm not going to have you begrudgingly do a show when you'd rather
Somebody
be doing
tell
other
John
things.
Bishop this. John Bishop, he loves to work.
Yeah.
He loves doing radio.
Yeah, what's my problem?
You're
yeah,
a freak.
exactly.
I would have loved getting out of doing today's show.
Well,
Wow.
thanks, John.
You know what? Fine. Happer, you're on the show now.
Yeah, you want to fill in for John?
Unsportsmanlike
That's not why
conduct
I'm
with
here.
Connor and Josh.
I have to go do things and see things. I still have to make Josh's video that I handshake memed with him.
Mhm.
You know, Josh told me, he's like,
A
all
video.
right, here's the deal. You're going to do this. I'm going to fill in for you. I'm going to pick up your slack, but you got to give me some content. And I said, Josh, deal.
Content.
So what have you taken video of?
I'm about to take video of everything. Everything I
Just
see.
in the garden?
I'm going to take a little tour of Madison Square Garden.
Did you bring the doohickey? The
I brought
gadget?
the doohickey.
Nice.
Well,
Technical
so just
term.
go in the concourse because there's all those, you have the Syracuse overtime game display. They've got all kinds of displays like that all around the concourse.
They told us yesterday that last night was the 16-year anniversary of the 6 overtime game.
It was.
When it went into the second OT, I was actually listening to the call from John, but they went to the highlights of it on television. I was about to tweet about it, and then I was like, oh, never mind. Fox beat me to the punch.
Also, another thing that somebody told us on the elevator last night, some lady volunteered the information that she had placed a 20-leg parlay.
Oh, my gosh.
Lord.
And
Mike?
how many had hit already, and the others were winning?
Like 2.
She was irrationally excited.
She was like, all right, check this out. I got a 20-leg parlay.
We're almost there.
It cost me 19 cents, but I could win $20,000 or something like that. And I was
Was
like,
Creighton?
man, I'm
Did she have Creighton or DePaul?
She scrolled through all of them.
Yeah, I didn't see any of them.
It was like a book.
specifically.
I don't think she probably won $20,000.
I'm guessing she didn't.
You probably hear about that.
Amazing.
Is app betting legal in this fine state?
I do not believe it is.
I thought
They
they
have
had legalized
something.
it.
They have something.
do
Because
they?
it used to be they had to cross the river into Jersey.
Yeah.
But I thought they had changed that.
It was like a big thing because it was like, oh my gosh, it made $1 billion in 24 hours or something like
I
that.
suppose I could check.
Let's
I could check.
Check
Oh,
Google.
never mind. It is. You can bet online from anywhere in the state in person at New York casinos. There you go.
Oh, but no apps?
No, it said online.
Oh, it
okay.
said online.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what they call waiting in line in New York. So they were confused.
Ah, yes.
Nice.
Got to
That's
get
true.
online.
Everything is a line. There's just so many people.
So many lines.
Many lines.
So many people, so many lines. I haven't experienced that many lines, but there's a lot of people. That's for sure.
1620, no context.
I have not experienced very many lines. I can tell you.
Some comments. YouTube user wants to know: is Happer using 2 days of PTO this week? Happer
Well,
using 2 days
tell
of
him.
PTO.
Tell them about how, once again, vacation is a construct.
Vacation is a construct. I believe Connor is working, so he did not take days off
Nice.
to
But
be
okay,
here.
I did or I didn't. What's the difference?
Yeah, I would agree.
I didn't, but I think I've been retroactively been charged with two vacation days, which once again don't exist.
Yeah.
YouTube user
Right.
also wants to know, what is my post-Boston Marathon feast going to be? I have no idea. Figure out
Wow.
something in the city of Boston, but probably many IPAs. That I can guarantee that there will be many IPAs. I don't know
Beer.
about this types of
Lobster
food.
roll.
I don't know. Oh, that sounds tasty.
Mhm.
I don't know what the types of food that I'll have though. Whatever is
Now-
available. Everywhere's going to be super
Does
packed.
Boston do actual currency? Like, can you use a US dollar? Do you have
Or-
to slurs?
There we go. Yeah, I figured. Just say slurs next time. Just say slurs.
I was
That'd be
wondering where
awesome.
we were going.
If you went up to a lobster roll place and you just started saying slurs and they gave you a
Well,
lobster roll,
Here we
right
go.
this way, sir.
The more expensive food, you have to use more intense slurs.
Oh boy.
we'll ask the Yukon people about that tonight. They kind of like slurs too.
Oh,
I mean,
do
they're
they?
close enough to Boston, yeah.
I feel like Danny Hurley has said a slur or two in his time. I'm comfortable putting that on the
Well,
radio.
whatever he said last night got him teed up. So,
Uh-huh.
yeah. It's,
And then he whispered sweet nothings into Kyle Neptune's ear before he left.
yeah, that was funny.
Well, he had that. There was that screenshot too of him drinking what looked to be a bottle of urine. Which
Yeah, it must be some kind of energy drink mix or
got to put a
Or
label on
urine.
that. Got to put a label on that, Hurley. So
Maybe
doesn't
it
look
is
so-
just urine.
Maybe it is just urine. Yeah, he's Moises Alou, but instead of putting it on his hands, he drinks it.
Yikes. He was doing that all while standing in front of a tropical smoothies advertisement, which I thought was funny
Wow.
as well. A lot going on in this building. You never know what you're going to see, man.
Yeah, you
That's
could see a
right.
comeback from a team down by 11 points with 2 minutes to go, or you could see a coach drinking urine. It really
both
is
our
the city
games-
that
both
has
the
everything.
early games had comebacks. Marquette came back
Mhm.
That's right.
against Xavier, so it was a night for comebacks. Apparently.
Wow, what a day!
Basketball.
What a sport!
It was pretty cool.
Yep.
Not gonna lie, it was pretty cool.
I love listening to John Bishop call basketball.
Did you?
on
So
the
you were
radio.
listening to it too?
Yes.
Why?
Because I like listening to John.
Okay, that's very nice of you, Nick.
I was waiting in line to
appreciate
get
that.
ice cream and listening.
Oh man,
Part of the
Ice
reason
cream.
I
It's
was
warm
listen-
enough there to get ice cream, huh?
Yeah.
So it was partially because I really like listening to John because I don't like basketball, but I like hearing John call basketball.
Yeah.
It's great.
but also
If Creighton would have lost, it would have been insane. And I just wanted to experience that if it would have.
yeah, it would have been insane for find a fill in today. I was
Yeah.
You were
texting
rooting
everybody.
for DePaul?
I wasn't
Nick?
rooting for DePaul. I was
Wow.
just saying if Creighton would have lost, it would have been wild.
I mean, yes, that's true. Though
But
not with the
also,
way they played, it would
It
have.
would have
Wouldn't it
made
have
it
been
a little
wild?
easier to schedule.
I mean,
things
they
for
were
this
like
weekend.
12.5-point favorites. The Jays
Yeah.
were.
They have beaten them
Right, but I
22
mean,
times
it's-
in a row.
Yeah, they haven't
Yeah,
lost.
I
DePaul
guess.
should
I
not
mean-
have been as close as it was.
Well, I mean, you saw how the first half went. I mean, you
I
tell me who the
heard
better
how the
team
first
was.
Yeah.
I don't know. I kind of feel like they got away with one a little bit.
Oh, they absolutely
Yeah.
did. They
Yeah.
should have been down a lot more than 15 at halftime. A better against, and I'm not trying to disparage DePaul because they are better than they've been.
Yes.
But if that would have been a lot of other teams, that would have been a 30-point game at halftime.
Mm.
It was. I mean, I haven't. That was the worst half of the year by far. That was worse than the second half against Georgetown. Because against Georgetown, it was just Micah Peavy pick-sixing people. But the Jays were still making some shots. They couldn't make anything. They couldn't rebound. Their hands, like they all of a sudden turned into a bunch of Roberto Duran, hands of stone, just boom, boom, ball just bouncing off of all. It was just awful.
Did Mac break a whiteboard at halftime?
I don't think so.
I don't think
He's not a break a whiteboard.
Yeah, I don't know if that's in his. I don't know if that's in his bag. Oh no! Look, it's
Oh.
Fred.
Fighting the whiteboards because he's definitely not coaching. Oh wait, he is
Yeah.
going to coach a little bit more this year
Yeah.
because they're
He's got the
playing.
crown.
Good lord!
He'll be there with
the crown.
fired Fran McCaffrey, fired
Wow.
maybe fired Kyle Neptune,
Yep.
and all of his best friends.
Yes, the Neptune news is that supposed to come down today?
I don't.
I don't know. but
Everybody's kind of assuming.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
saw a
they-
tweet that was like Kyle Neptune's last game at Villanova had blank, and I was like, oh man, I missed it. When did that get announced? And then I looked for it, and there was nothing that was announced.
Probably in a couple hours. Friday, little news
Little
dump.
news dump right
Oh,
before the Big
maybe-
East tournament starts.
Maybe 1:00 in the morning.
Nice.
That is also an option now.
yeah.
You could do it then if you'd
Handshake meme with Minnesota.
like. Mm-hmm.
Wow.
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 Yeah, I
Wow.
haven't. I haven't
Wow.
seen anything yet.
Yeah, nothing coming in. We'll see.
Now, there's many Villanova people celebrating the fact that they're assuming he's done.
Yeah.
But yeah,
They've been waiting for that one for a little while.
yeah.
Who are they going to get? Who's Villanova going to hire?
Well, now your options open up, right? Because you're no longer following Jay Wright.
Oh,
Right.
that's true. I can't wait for Greg McDermott's name to inevitably get mentioned like
Definitely.
it always does.
Oh, it will.
Nice.
Be-
Mac
Be
to
the coach
Villanova.
of
People are
every
wondering.
team in the country.
Mhm.
I mean,
Yeah,
he
at this,
coached
at
every
this
team.
point, I expect some high school openings. Yeah, here's the odd 1 to 4 odds that Greg McDermott be the next head coach at Papio South.
After the way Pius lost yesterday, maybe that job needs to
Ooh.
open up and they could
There you
hire
go.
Greg McDermott.
I think it'd be a perfect fit. He's a great culture fit. Definitely knows exactly what's going on over there.
Mhm. Absolutely.
I can give him advice on how to make the commute.
Yeah,
Oh, there you go.
70th and A. Or no, 56 and A. or
It's
somewhere
like
in
60th and A.
that. Yeah, 60th and A. You're right down the street from the 70th and A.
I guarantee you, though, about 2 weeks into the job after having to traverse Lincoln traffic, I'd be like, I'm out of here. I can't do this
No,
anymore.
thank you.
It sucks.
No, thank you. And then he will become a candidate at every other job again. Apparently.
It's going to happen.
It
Be a
always
candidate?
does, man.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Well,
Wow.
I don't. I
We
mean,
ran out of steam. That doesn't happen.
no,
very
not
often.
out of steam. I don't know. Am I supposed to say stuff?
Are
What
you
else?
supposed to say stuff? I mean, that's the crossover. We all
I mean, you
say
didn't do
stuff.
4 hours today, Happer. Do you have any
Yeah.
takes on anything? You want to talk a little Husker football?
What is their
No.
takes on Husker football?
I don't know. I was asking Happer.
No, I don't think so. Are you guys going to talk Husker football today?
I think a little bit.
A little bit.
John had a topic.
Maybe a teeny tiny bit.
John made a
topic.
graphic.
It's a teeny tiny one.
Yeah, itsy bitsy topic.
Okay.
We promise it won't have anything to do with Matt Rule canceling things.
We'll see about that.
Does it have to do with quarterbacks at high school basketball games?
No.
Oh, that happened again. Of all the things, Mr. Mr. Raiola and Mr. Johnson, who like to travel all these games, I don't think they were at the Norris Pius game yesterday. Of all the games
Oh man,
to
of all
miss,
the ones
that's
to miss,
the one.
that would stink.
That would have been the one.
Well, it's championship weekend for Dylan too, so he'll make an appearance.
You think so?
Well, I saw he has a picture. He was at one of the Class A games last night. So he has made the rounds. He just happened to miss the best game.
Only a Class A guy. He's a high school basketball.
He's an elitist. Yep. Sounds about right to me. 5-star quarterback. He doesn't trouble himself with a C1 game.
Man, those poor kids at Ashland Greenwood, they played our hearts out, man.
Yeah.
A little love to the C1 teams.
But that poor guy. So who was Norris playing yesterday when the kid hit the buzzer beater?
Pius.
It was Pius?
Pius.
How about that guy who just flipped it up, thinking, all right,
I'm going to
game's
save
over.
it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Brutal.
That's tough.
Yeah, what's that kid going through today? Probably a lot.
That's a bad day for that guy.
Yeah.
He'll be thinking about that for a while.
Definitely didn't go to school today.
Oh, hell no. He's calling in sick for a week.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to go to school.
I guess luckily for him, it's a high school basketball game where it becomes about the good parts instead of the bad parts. So it's just mostly about the kid who made the three.
People don't forget.
Hey, at least it wasn't for a state championship.
It was just close to it.
He's really
2
hoping
games away
some
from
kid.
a state championship.
He's probably hoping some kid craps his pants in the lunchroom or something.
Oh man,
take the heat off him a little bit.
Seriously, maybe he could get a plant or something like that, and have
to intentionally crap their pants.
Have somebody do a prank.
Yeah.
Get
the kids talking about something. Anything.
Get the principal up there and have somebody up there go take his pants down. Pants the principal. It always works.
Always.
That gets
nothing could
talking.
go wrong.
Given the recent headlines at Lincoln Pius, I don't think you want to do anything.
What happened?
Like
Somebody just texted. What happened?
Yeah, there.
All right, let's search Lincoln.
There was a
I can guess
involved in some.
Oh, I didn't know about that. I did not.
Oh, wow! There's 2 headlines in top stories. One.
I did not know about this.
Oh no!
I knew about this because I am of Lincoln.
A reminder today we are talking about Conclave in the movie club.
Oh my God.
Talking about Conclave.
Pius is going to be having a conclave to find a new team.
Pope is still alive.
Yes, you guys
Pope
made it.
is still alive.
Congratulations.
And we still would have gone through it even if he had passed.
Yes.
Seems insensitive.
Nah, it would have been fine.
On a Lenten Friday
It is a Lenten Friday. That's
People
true.
forget.
Yeah.
Oh my God! I ate a giant pile of meat today.
Yeah, you
you're
Proud
going
of
to
you.
hell.
You're going to hell.
You're going to
Well,
hell.
in my defense, I don't know what day it is. What day is it? I don't know.
If Creighton loses tonight, I'm blaming.
God,
the
I'm
fact that you had
sorry.
a
I
big
didn't
pile
realize
of
it was a
pastrami.
Friday.
Yeah. I woke up yesterday at 3:30 in the morning and then stayed awake until.
Oh my
1.
gosh, you did wake up at 3:30 in the morning.
That was yesterday. I was in my bed in the
Wow.
morning.
This is incredible.
Did you hit the vape like the Cardinal in Conclave?
Oh, nice.
It's I know you guys mock. I can't remember who mocks me for this topic, but the idea of air travel and how amazing it is. One day you're one time you're in one place, another time you're in another place, all the way across the country in a different time zone.
Sometimes lately.
In a different world.
Wow,
Well,
Nick.
imagine
It's not
if
safe
you,
to fly now, Josh.
That's not correct, Nick.
Imagine, Connor, if you lived like out by North Platte, where you're only like 20 miles away from the timeline. Imagine if you just drove or walked back and forth.
Whoa.
How amazing
It's
that would be.
teleportation.
All of a sudden, my left side of my body's in the mountain time zone, and the right side of my body's in the center.
Back in the day, they would have called that witchcraft. They would have said witch.
Yeah.
Was our time zones a product of witchcraft?
Excellent question,
Oh.
John.
402-951-6620.
I mean, if time zones are, then the international date line is like the ultimate wizard.
Yeah. What's the equator?
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Game over is what it is.
No wonder.
It's summer in Australia or fall in Australia right
No
now.
wonder for 1,500 years people thought this place was flat.
Mm-hmm.
They'd be
That's
very
like
kind
Kyrie
of
Irving is
planes.
saying, man, I don't believe
I
it.
told
It's just-
you. I told you.
Planes have opened up everything to us. That's the amazing part of planes.
Thank you, the Wright brothers.
Mm.
They'd be
Yes.
very confused by Arizona.
Oh yeah, they would be.
Yeah, what are they doing
Oh.
with their time?
Well,
Well,
they're-
Indiana too.
They're Pacific now. The
Yeah.
time, I actually just spoke with somebody from my running pod who was in Arizona. And when I booked it, the time hadn't changed. So I was like, oh, so it'll be, 7 o'clock here, 6 o'clock there. And I was like, wait a second. No, your 6 o'clock is next week going to be my 8 o'clock.
yeah, the Padres told me I could speak to Matt Waldron yesterday at noon Mountain time. So
Oh.
I said, I know my time zones.
Yeah.
Noon Mountain is 1 o'clock Central. Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. No, they're in Arizona.
They're in Mountain State. Yeah,
but she didn't say that, and I didn't think of that.
Yes.
So when Matt Waldron called us at 2:00, the Padres were very upset.
That's so weird. I didn't realize, I've known about my time zones, and I've known that Arizona doesn't change, as does Indiana, right? Indiana also stays. So, but I always thought that because they didn't change, that they would represent the new time zone that they are in, where sometimes Arizona's in Mountain Time and other times they're in Pacific Time. No, they're not. They just called a different form of mountain.
See, that's BS. You should not be able to do that.
Yeah,
You're either you got to stay in. Another example of why we just need to stop changing the damn time twice a year. Just leave it alone.
If you're talking to some schlub on the radio in Nebraska, you might want to You might want to say, "Hey, we're in the Pacific." Just say Pacific.
Yeah, just say we're 2 hours behind you.
Your
That's
time
how I
is
always
the same as Los Angeles. You're in the Pacific time
like,
zone.
I always, what time of year are we in? Are they in Pacific or are they in Mountain?
Yeah.
That's kind of how I.
It didn't even cross my mind.
Yeah.
So right now that they are in Pacific,
Right?
Correct.
All right, yeah, because I talked to my parents today and they're in Arizona. And they were like, what time's the game? 6 o'clock? And I'm like, no, 9 o'clock.
So if we did the same definition here in Omaha, would we be currently in Eastern Standard Time?
Yes, that's what they would call it.
EST.
See how stupid that is?
I know, it sounds dumb.
Well, we're in Eastern Standard. No, we're in Central Time.
Sounds absolutely ridiculous. Very stupid.
I got dressed down on the phone by the Padres PR girl.
Are you serious,
Really?
Josh?
Yeah.
They yelled at you?
They yelled at me. They said it made the Padres look bad.
Okay.
Wait,
the Padres
what? It made the
what made them look bad?
I'm like, well, your play on the field has made you look bad.
No.
No,
So
I
wait,
didn't say
what,
that.
What made them look bad? Did you call them or they called you? They called you?
They called and we told them that we've started another show.
Oh, because they called at 2 o'clock.
Yeah. Like we don't have anything for you. I'm sorry. Go about your day.
Yeah.
And
they said
they made sure I called them after the crossover so that they could tell me that this makes the Padres PR department look terrible.
Wow.
And I said, nobody cares.
Wow. Well, I guess we're never talking to the Padres on this station again.
What makes the Padres PR department look terrible is they can't tell you what time it is.
Yeah.
You should have said it actually does. You're right. It doesn't make you look terrible. It is terrible.
So I asked her a couple of questions about the time change. I said, well, you told me noon Mountain. So what time is it there? And she first told me an incorrect time.
Yeah.
So there you go.
And then
you
I
should have said, hey, Google the time zone that Colorado is in right now. And you'll see that it says Mountain. Check what time it is in Colorado right now.
And I said, so during the warmer months, you're 2 hours behind me. And she said, that's right. We're 3 hours behind you. So she was even confused about it in her dressing down of me.
This is incredible stuff.
Yes. But I love the Padres and I love Matt Waldron.
Tough look for the fathers.
I don't think you do.
Well, I don't
Josh.
like the Padres, so screw you, Padres.
Yeah, I don't care.
Kenny says the ugly ass uniforms make the Padres look terrible.
Yeah, their City
That's
Connect
right.
uniforms are
That would have
ugly
been
as
my
hell.
answer is A, you don't know how to tell time. B, your uniforms literally look like someone pooped.
There you go.
I'm going to throw away my Padres hat now.
Wow.
I think we should send this clip to Awful Announcing and they can post it. Padres PR person doesn't know about time zones.
Now, that sounds like a bad idea.
We can see how the Padres PR really works after
now,
that.
I agreed to everything, so it is technically on me, but I do feel like
Good job, Josh.
a mention of hey,
just in case you know.
We're in Arizona and
Because if you would have booked this a week ago, come on, this is stupid. Absolutely ridiculous.
Just like an over communication. You're a PR department. Hey, I want to let you know, even if you already know, we're lined up with the Pacific time. It's called Mountain Daylight
Real quick,
time.
one more question.
Whatever.
Yeah, one more question because we get a text from the 402.
Hi,
You
402.
guys need to learn your time zones. Arizona's Mountain Standard Time, and everyone else that changes Mountain Daylight Time. When this person booked this, did they say we are in Mountain Standard, or did they say Mountain Time? See,
noon MT.
Forget about Mountain Standard, Mountain Daylight. No one talks that way.
No,
if you have the same time as everyone in the Pacific time zone, you are in Pacific time.
Nailed it,
Period.
John.
End of story.
I would agree
That's
with that.
it.
For the record, I agree with John.
Anyone
but
else who says anything differently is a dipstick.
No, again, John, I agree with you, but I mean that is another feather in the cap of Odson here. Is at least they could have the gall to say no. We told you Mountain Standard Time. You should know the difference.
Generally, if I'm doing a time zone, I will also throw Eastern in there, just because that's kind of the one everybody
knows about
can
Eastern
get in line
time.
with. Yeah. and do
What
the
is
math
Universal
from there.
Daylight or Eastern Standard?
Ridiculous.
See again how stupid all this is? Again,
It's very stupid.
if your time is the exact same time as it is in New York, you're in Eastern time.
That's right.
If your time is the exact same time in Chicago, you're in Central time.
Yes.
Period. That's how it works.
Mhm.
That's how these things work.
Those
That's
are
how
the
we
rules.
communicate, people.
Is Denver the is Denver the torchbearer for the Mountain Time Zone? Do
Yes.
we say
Yeah.
it's Denver time?
Yeah.
I did Google a couple times
Yes.
yesterday afternoon in my confusion. What time is it in Denver?
And it's 1:26 right now because
Yeah.
they're an hour behind
Yeah.
us. Yeah.
So I was like, okay, I'm good. And then like I remembered Arizona does that, but I guess in the moment I didn't remember that.
I'm Team
This is
Matsumoto.
crazy.
It is stupid. It is stupid, man.
Absurd.
Josh, you have the
Josh,
patience
I'm
of
so
Joe
sorry.
because I would have torn this lady apart. I would
Sounds
have
about right.
destroyed
Yeah.
her. I would have said, "No, hang on a second. We're going to put you on the air," and then I would have destroyed her and said, "Oh, by the way, you're probably the same people that think that college kids shouldn't pay taxes on their NIL." And I just would have gone off on another
She
tangent.
did kind of have that Kardashian purr about her.
It could have been
Her.
fun to talk to Matt Waldron on the
Oh.
crossover.
It could have.
I had no questions for Matt Waldron.
Former Husker.
How's that
you couldn't have made
knuckleball?
some? Yeah.
Oh, there you go. I could
How's
have
your
asked him.
twin brother? Do you rub it in that he doesn't play in the big leagues?
I would have asked Schaefer. I would ask Schaefer to handle that one.
I would have told him the story of meeting his father at a Runza.
Wow, there you go.
Yeah.
Could have been plenty of topics, and instead,
Mhm. Nothing.
nothing. Time zones.
This topics.
Time zones. All right.
I'm
Wow.
glad I could get us to 2:30.
Look at that. The
did
crossover
it.
seemed like it was about to die a quick death, and now here we are.
Many are
back
saying
to
I
time.
saved the crossover.
Wow.
Thank you for saying stuff, Josh.
Is time zones and changing of time the new weather?
Ooh,
Everybody
where
does
you
have an
do talk
opinion.
about it a lot.
Where it's the topic we can always round back to.
We do talk about it a lot. What do you think the most common crossover topic is? Food.
Food.
But that's probably too general.
Is it food?
I don't think food is too general. That is just kind of
Nick being defensive.
I don't get defensive.
I think that's definitely a topic that shows up a lot.
It was a good one. That's a good
Disastrous
one.
Husker losses.
Yeah.
Yeah. I would like to see, what do they call those charts?
The word cloud.
The word cloud charts would, to see, the problem is there'd probably be this just giant brown bubble that says
Mr. H.
Designated Hitler.
Under hits.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's true.
Maybe this is another thing that we need to start keeping track of now, of the various topics that we discuss. So then we know what are the things that we're discussing the most
Those
at the end of the year.
Aren't there's the people that do the transcripts for like the news shows and stuff?
Yeah.
Mhm.
That's what we need. We need someone to do transcripts, and then they go back through the transcripts and they can measure, okay, this was talked about X% of the time. And
Well,
this
like,
was talked about
I bet we
X%
could
of the time.
probably feed our because like Spotify or whatever, they transcribe all of the
StreamYard transcripts.
StreamYard,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
we pay for the version that has that, right?
Yeah.
So we could do that.
We can
I
do
bet we
the-
could feed it into some AI thing and ask it.
What do they talk about the most?
Yeah.
I think it's got about a 90% hit rate. There's some times where the words don't match
Well,
up.
I know there is this really funny thing because Keena, who's hanging out in our chat today, does this sometimes with a podcast that I do, where Spotify gives the listener what they think was discussed, and it's usually a 70% hit rate of like,
Mhm.
okay, some of those were real, but other times it's like, what? How did that happen?
Uh-huh.
So it could be kind of funny.
70% over a year of crossovers is probably good enough.
I would say
like,
so.
Yeah.
Yeah, you get a good enough information based off of that.
That's still a D, isn't it? 70%. That was a D in my school.
Well, it depends.
D's get degrees.
But just more
Nick.
volume, you get a better, you get a
Yeah, but
better
on the
sense.
10-point scale, it's a low C.
What's a low C?
we need a stenographer and a statistician
Ooh.
here at 1620 The Zone.
I also want
Those
one
are
of
our
those
next
court.
hires.
I want a court artist too. Just
okay.
because I want it.
Courtroom sketch artist.
Yeah, I just
Have
I
we
just
also
want
been
that.
negligent in not doing disclaimers on our show, like any rebroadcast, retransmission without
Ooh.
express written consent of Major League Baseball is expressly prohibited?
Well, John, that'd be a great idea
mean,
to
that would
drop
be-
in like
yeah.
halfway through our show
Yeah.
as a commercial break.
Maybe us mentioning Mr. H so often is our version of that because who wants to be affiliated with that?
thing.
Well, but that's why we need the disclaimer.
Yeah.
Hey, just because Mr. H gets brought up doesn't mean we endorse anything.
Because we
did.
don't.
We don't.
We
We
don't,
don't,
literally.
John's teacher endorsed the Autobahn, but that's
He did. He did.
he loved the Autobahn.
He was a
He
bad
did.
guy, but
That Autobahn's pretty fast though.
That was a truly eye-opening day.
I'm used to
Amazing
driving on
stuff.
the Autobahn.
It was a very eye-opening day. And then I
Mhm.
said, can I sell some more of those taffy candies, please?
Look, it's New York me getting shots up down there.
Oh.
Just
New
you know.
York Happer.
Well, I mean, this is what I would be doing.
The
if-
Dwayne of
Let's put it
MSG.
this-
Oh,
This is New York Happer in about 20, 25, 30 years.
Can we get a clang?
He's I don't know if
you have effects.
hang on. Yes, we do have effects.
nice.
Okay, here we go. Yeah, that's not good.
Brick.
Sound like an airball.
That was quite the brick.
No, one more.
From the top of the
Catch,
key.
Shoot. Yeah.
Clank.
Doesn't look bad though.
No.
Okay. Left elbow. No.
For a
Jeez,
big
can
guy,
this person ever make one?
for a big guy, he shoots
left
pretty
elbow.
well.
There it is.
There
That
we
sounded
go.
good.
Congratulations.
Connor, you going to Rucker Park after this?
Yeah,
What?
he's gonna take that guy on one-on-one.
What else? Yeah, what else should I do? I mean, I don't know. There's only so much time.
Where's
But-
Tom's Restaurant from Seinfeld?
Oh, that's a good question. I don't know.
Isn't that on the Lower East Side where you were
Probably
earlier?
Tom's Restaurant. Yeah. No. Wow.
2880 Broadway.
Broadway.
That is
that's
basically in Brooklyn.
Oh, that's in Brooklyn?
The BK.
Well, isn't that the other side?
It's a
Oh,
5
no.
minute.
No.
It's 5 minutes
it's on the
away.
Upper West
Happer.
Side. It's on the Upper West Side.
It's 5 minutes away from you, Happer.
Wow.
It's not
It's
5
30
minutes.
Well, 5 miles. Excuse me. It's 35 minutes. Yeah, my
5
bad.
miles is several hours
Yes.
here.
I read it
It's-
wrong, Happer. I read it wrong.
5 miles is Mountain Standard Time.
God, I could
know
run
what
the
that
5
means.
miles almost as fast as you could drive it because of how slow the traffic is.
Oh
Well,
no, you could run it faster.
So
That's
when we
wild.
came in, when we came in on Tuesday, we were stuck in traffic and we had just crossed the tunnel from the Queens Brooklyn side into Manhattan, and I could
Midtown
see,
Tunnel.
yeah, and I could see the display on the guy's dash about that he had the maps up and it had the time, and it said we were like
Less than a
1.2
mile.
miles
Yeah.
away or something in 17 minutes, and I was thinking,
Let me out.
no, I was thinking. It's too bad Josh wasn't here because we could make him run from where we are and see if he could beat us to the destination.
Josh
Which
versus
you would have,
Taxi.
right?
Not with
'Cause-
my hammy right now, but
Yeah, but you could have
Oh.
done a 17-minute mile, right?
oh yeah, I can do a 17.
That's what I'm saying. You
Okay.
could have beaten us
I'll whoop your ass in
to our
that.
destination.
Yeah.
It would have been funny.
Josh versus baseball. Josh versus Taxi.
All right, we got to go to break, guys.
Okay.
And that's the crossover powered by Ever Level Concrete Repair in Omaha, everlevelconcrete.com. The Grum, it's One Beer Friday. We're at the Big East Tournament in Madison Square Garden on 1620 The Zone.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Back on a Friday, and what a week it has been already. Will more exciting things happen tonight? Maybe.
Probably.
Yeah.
Sportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Wow, Connor is really committed to this bit. He's made his way down to the floor.
Is
where
he going
he's
to try to
now
get some
taking
shots
videos.
up?
I hope he's got the gizmo.
Oh, no, he does. He's talking into the gizmo right now.
I love the gizmo.
Now he's walking back into the tunnel, and he's doing the whole tour of Madison Square Garden. You're going to get quite the vlog
Nice.
from Connor.
1620, the New York vlog.
We'll
I
find
guess so.
out.
I guess so. Welcome to the Grum, brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Your money has people. John, Josh, and Nick with you. I'll be
us.
honest with you. I didn't think I'd be on today's show today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
John,
I
with
did
2
not
minutes
think I-
to go in the game, I was texting with Michael Severe. I was texting with Mike Stibbs. I had a soft yes from Caleb Henry, but the last time he filled in, his child started wandering into the office and making it a little difficult. So I was in planning stages of who in the world will I be doing the show with on Friday, and then it all changed.
I was sitting by my work computer at home because we had the log set up for today as if Creighton was going to win,
Yep.
as if they were going to beat DePaul.
And you were about to have to change those logs, Nick.
Uh-huh.
You're about to change those logs. And then you didn't have to.
Thank you for making my job a little easier, Creighton.
Shout out to the Blue Jays. Shout
Yeah,
out to the Blue Jays.
It took just a little bit, but they got it done. Great comeback last night. Biggest comeback in several years by the Blue Jays. Biggest halftime comeback in 17 years.
Wow.
The 2008 NIT against Rhode Island, and that one was at home. This one was here at MSG. But, yes, you can call it a comeback, according to the Grum Down from the referees, John Higgins referee's weather card. Jack Mitchell, he's probably happy for the Jays. You know, he's got a lot of joy in his heart. You know,
Down in my heart. Down in my heart. In my heart.
How tough is that 2025 schedule?
That's the football topic we were teasing.
Football.
Football.
Baseball starts soon.
Football.
They're playing in Japan on Monday.
Football.
They are playing in Japan on, well, the first game's on Wednesday, right?
I don't remember anymore.
Wait,
I
next
think
week?
It's Tuesday. Yeah, it's the Dodgers Cubs series.
The
in Japan.
Cubs.
They're doing a lot of
Japan
things.
series.
Like this weekend, it's a bunch of exhibition games between the Dodgers and the Cubs and 2 Japanese baseball teams, the Tigers and the Giants.
We'll do an update on who you're rooting for, Mavs, as we have reached the Friday of the final week of conference tournaments. Kent's Movie Club, Conclave, who was up for an Academy Award, several different Academy Awards. He only won one, right?
Believe so.
I think it was
believe
Best
so.
Adapted Screenplay. But we will discuss Conclave in the movie club today. Alex Gordon gets the call. The Ringer fails at top 100 sports moments of the 21st century.
You teased this the other day.
You did,
I did.
John.
I did. We just ran out of time. But we'll take this up in the happy hour.
Okay.
And speaking of the happy hour, it is a One Beer Friday today, brought to you by us.
By us.
Courtesy of us.
But it could be brought to you by you.
It could be brought to you by you.
Reach
If
out
you'd
to our
like-
sales department.
If you would like to sponsor our One Beer Friday, 342-2000, get a hold of our nifty sales department, and they will be happy to attach you to a great advertising package, which gives you such exclusive access to things such as us drinking beer on a Friday.
That's true. That's true.
And war, good God, y'all, what is it good for? Prizes.
Look at this. You can actually see the card. See that, John? Look how nice and normal and clean that looks. That's the 10 of diamonds. You can see that. Now, Nick, you put your card up there, and we'll have to squint and figure out what in the world it says.
I don't think it's that bad.
Pretty
But
bad.
but once again, 1620, the casino
Rolls
is
on, baby.
is we're playing war today, and if you win, you will get $50 in gift vouchers to the Woodcliff.
Let's go. What a
And
prize.
how many do we have to give away, Nick?
4.
Look at that.
Four.
Nick knew right away today. Nick, we're proud of you, man.
Thank you.
We're proud of you. Also, still available right now at 1620thezone.com. This week's zone deal to the aforementioned Woodcliff.
Whoa, how is that still available? You better get there now.
You know why, John?
1620thezone.com.
I think the listeners are on to us. We always talk about this zone deal, but then they're like, yeah, but then John and Josh and Nick are going to play some sort of a casino game on the air. I'll wait and see if I win, and if I don't, then I'll buy them. But what if they get sold out before then?
They usually get sold out really quick.
Yeah, that'd be
Here's
a bummer.
the deal. If you buy them and you have them, you have $50 for only $25. And then if you win them, that's an extra $50.
That's true.
So now you got $100 to gift certificates at the Woodcliff. That's pretty damn good.
Pretty damn good, baby.
So don't wait on us. Make sure you get to 1620thezone.com and check out the zone deals. And that is the Grum Down presented by the referees, John Higgins Weather Guard. The reason why I'm still here is because the Jays won last night.
Unreal.
Despite their best efforts, it would seem.
Yeah,
Well,
for the first 38
half.
minutes.
First half. Well, I mean, the second half.
I guess they did get close in the second
half was much better than the first half.
What did it get, John? Did it get to within 3 beyond just the end?
It got to within 3.
And they missed do I want to call it a bunny? They missed a close shot that would have made it a 1-point game. And then after that, DePaul went down. I think they knocked in either a 2 or a 3, and suddenly it was like very quickly back up to 8 or 9 points. It was like, oh my gosh. You know, they had their chance and they blew it.
DePaul had this knack for hitting some wild threes there. But you're right. Yeah, 8:40. Well, the first time it happened was where am I looking here?
To get to within 3? Are you looking at that?
Yeah, first time it got that close was with. No, that doesn't seem right. 5:38 to go.
That's when it was.
It was.
Yeah.
It was 5:38 to go. It was 54-51 because the Jays had gone on a 9-0 run, and then Rivera hit the 3 at the end of the shot clock, and then D'Amico hit another one, off balance at the end of the shot clock, and so that pushed it up to 6. Or I'm sorry, that pushed it up to 9, and then the layup from Thomas with 2:12 to go made it 11, and that's when the comeback started. And, when you look at the heroes of it, I mean, certainly Ryan Kalkbrenner was there the whole game long, but Fedor Zugic got it jump started with back-to-back threes. Then they got a trap to work for the first time, even though it had almost worked on a couple of other occasions. And then you move into overtime, and even though he only made one shot or 1 3, Jackson McAndrew with a big steal that led to a breakout dunk that expanded the lead. But it was a wild game. It was one of those games where you're just high-fiving strangers next to you going, man, this is just an amazing game. We had the DePaul radio guys, Zach Zaidman and Dave Corzine sitting right next to us, and we're just looking at each other in disbelief. I mean, it was a wild, wild game. A lot of crazy stuff. An amazing comeback, and the Jays pull it out, and as a result, they get rewarded by playing a road game against UConn, and I do mean a road game.
Oh, yeah.
This place last night for the Villanova-UConn game, I don't know, it might be the acoustics in this building. It could be, just that New York vibe. It's louder in here for Connecticut, or at least it was last night, than it was in Stores when we played there earlier this year. It's just got, and it's going to be a Friday night, and a Friday night vibe in this building is just, there's not much like it in college basketball. And the Jays are going to be facing that tonight, as well as a really good UConn team for a chance to get to the Big East Tournament Championship. But, I mean, just the fact that they're there is kind of a miracle in and of itself, considering how poorly they played for the first 20 minutes. And, you know, all you ask is for a shot, and they'll have one. And we'll see who gets the rubber match tonight. We'll have all the coverage starting at 6. Producer Josh is back for more action tonight at 6 o'clock with Blue Jays shoot around, and then Taylor and I will take over at 7:30. Tip off hopefully at 8 o'clock after the St. John's Marquette game, and of course Connor will be along for interviews post game down in the locker room. So
yeah,
looking forward to it.
Yeah, me too. I'm looking forward to talking about the game a little bit later. Obviously, we have Jack coming up in a second,
Yeah.
but just the how fast it turned from 62 to 51 to 62 to 57 in the span of 21 seconds. That and of course then the jump ball, everything suddenly changes incredibly fast. It was quite the moment last night. I look forward to unpacking it a little bit more later on.
All right, when we come back, Jack Mitchell will join us for his regular Friday visit, and we will really get this thing cranked up on a One Beer Friday. Don't forget to send in those picks and use the hashtag One Beer Friday. Should be a great weekend, and we hope you're enjoying it by getting it started with us here, the program on 1620 The Zone.
With UBT, you've got total control over your money. Like Doug, who runs his game day tailgate like a well-oiled machine.
I got burgers, brats, chicken, dogs, plus all the fixins'. And with the UBT Go app, I can track my food spending from anywhere.
Pro move.
They don't call me Grill Sergeant for nothing.
No matter your goals, UBT helps you feel good about reaching them. Union Bank and Trust. Member FDIC.
Omaha Maverick Hockey clinched home ice for the NCHC first round, and they welcome North Dakota tonight. Puck drop scheduled for 7 o'clock. Listen to the game tonight on News Talk 1290 Coil. It's UNO versus North Dakota on your home for Maverick Hockey, News Talk 1290 Coil. Equitable Bank.
We take banking personally. EquitableOnline.com.
Host is roasting every morning. Host is roasting every day.
Host Coffee is on a mission to invigorate every workplace with a blend of bold flavors and unforgettable service, creating moments with our coffee, water, and food services that spark joy, productivity, and connection.
You wearing ratty jackets from Stephen Barry's, praying one day Big Red will win the NIT. Ham is the water of me. Ham the water of me. Ham is the water of me.
Joining us on the phone today.
Sad.
So apparently he's in his car. I think you know what it is. He is so jonesing for conference tournaments. He's driving down to Kansas City to catch some Big 12 action.
Jack, is that true?
Hoping that Nebraska might be there.
Oh, yeah. I'm really excited to see Texas Tech and, Arizona State. I don't know. Yeah.
Hey, man, if Nebraska were still in the Big 12, they would have been in the conference tournament. You know, I'm just saying. They don't kick nobody out.
That's true. That would be nice. Big Ten should do that.
Yeah, why didn't this is not sour grapes, so don't post on the internet that this is Josh having sour grapes. Why didn't the Big Ten just have an 18-team conference tournament?
Seriously. Yeah. I think I thought this when it first came out, not knowing that Nebraska wouldn't make it. Of course, I knew that's always a possibility, but that's like one of the things. I mean, it was one of the saving graces of the conference tournament week, to be honest. It's just like there's always that chance for the ruined season to be totally, completely made up for by a miraculous run in the conference tournament. I always liked that concept about it. So, regardless of Nebraska's situation, I'm kind of disappointed about that.
I'm torn. I really am, because I've seen the good and the bad of it, right? Of teams that have a terrible regular season and then totally make up for it over the course of 3 or 4 or 5 days. But then the other part of me is like, well, they weren't good enough to begin with, and it devalues the regular season champ. So I go back and forth, because certainly the desperation of teams that need to make it or need to win the tournament makes the conference tournaments special. If without that, I don't think the conference tournaments have the urgency. But at the same time, I feel like it doesn't make the regular season champion worth anything. Because if you think about it logically, the bid that comes from every conference should go to the regular season champion. That is the tougher championship to win.
Yeah.
But, this week, which some people think is the best week of college basketball all year, better than, what next week is, or better than the regional finals. They think this week is the best week, and there's arguments to be made for it because, we had the, Louisville crazy finish last night, obviously here in Madison Square Garden with Creighton and DePaul, and it happens every week, and people are like, man, this is great. So, as much as I don't like the fact that the regular season champ doesn't get the auto bid, I understand why these conference tournaments are so important.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think the damage is already done with the regular season champ being devalued just by having a conference tournament. So I think sticking Nebraska and I think sticking Nebraska and Washington in there wouldn't have really devalued it any further, I guess.
No, it wouldn't. Here's what I ask: Big Ten, put all the teams in, but then do that like what is it? The Big West that has that long ladder.
The weird one, yes. And the West Coast Conference.
Just do it that way. I just want to do it that way so that, Nebraska still gets in, but they're at the very end of the ladder and they got to win like 8 games in 8 days or something like that.
It was weird because like this year, despite the fact, obviously Nebraska had a incredibly disappointing end of the season, but given Nebraska, I don't know if you guys realize this, Nebraska's had a lack of historical success in men's basketball. Yeah, I'm not sure. A lot of people don't realize that, but so there have been, believe it or not, plenty of worse years than the one that they had this year. Yet the getting out of not being in the conference tournament almost made it feel worse than the worst of years. It added a whole lot of extra sadness to what was already just a very sad ending to everything. It was a real nice convoluted bunch of elements to give you just a rocket nitro groin kick at the end of the year.
Hey, speaking of that extra sadness in the rocket nitro groin kick, excuse me.
Which sounds like one of those smoothies you get at one of those new age,
Yes, it does. I want the rocket nitro groin kick in my strawberry banana. You said, Jack, on like Monday or Tuesday that you weren't going to watch any conference tournament action. I think you lasted until Thursday. Do you imagine that you'll watch more basketball over the course of the next 3 days before the bracket comes out?
Yeah, it's slowly. Like yesterday I finally broke down and I turned it on in the background in the afternoon and I watched the second half of the Creighton game because I had no idea. I wasn't really interested into it. And then Josh texted me. He was like, "Can you do the show tomorrow?" I was like, no, but why? He's like, because Creighton's down by 17. And I was like, geez, I guess I do want to watch basketball after all.
Oh, sure. That brings you back.
No, but I think now I'm to the point where Nebraska would have been out anyway for sure.
Yeah.
So I'm starting to enjoy the pain of other teams. That's nice. And that fuels my darkened heart. This type of year, after I get over my own self-pity, then I start to feast on the pain of others. And so I enjoyed that. I enjoyed that a little bit with Iowa finishing up and Fran McCaffrey getting kicked out. And then, almost with Creighton and some of the other teams yesterday. It was really nice to see some other people go through pain. Really looking forward to more people doing that over the course of the next few weeks and not me.
And not you. There you go. Silver lining. You don't have to be sad about your team getting knocked out of the tournament.
Nope, I've already been through the battles. I've escaped, and now I get to watch other people go through the less traveled road that I have, the path of sports grief, and I look forward to watching folks really just suffer during the course of that. It's very nice. It's very heartwarming for me.
It's a hell of a marketing strategy for Nebraska basketball. It's just, hey, Nebraska basketball, we get your pain over with early.
Yes, it's really like ripping the Band-Aid off, and it was brutally hard. The Band-Aid rip on Sunday night at the beginning of this week. That was your Band-Aid rip. Very painful, very early, like you said. But once you get it done, why procrastinate with the pain, right? You could procrastinate until next week, but it's still coming for everyone, right? It's still coming for everyone. And so I got mine out of the way, and I am pain-free now.
Yeah, you know what? I think it's actually.
It's like being the first person to die on the Bataan Death March. It's like I got mine over with. The rest you're gonna have to suffer.
Hey, you know what, John and Jack? I'm happy the Cowboys didn't make the Super Bowl and lose like the Chiefs. That sounds like a miserable existence. I didn't have to go through that type of pain. My life is better than yours, Chiefs fans.
Suck it. Yep. Exactly. Good way to think about it, Josh.
Yeah, definitely. So, Jack, what's next for this program? I know that you have probably thought about this, and next year it seems like everybody is kind of doing the whole, well, it's going to be really important for Fred Hoiberg. We still haven't heard from Troy Dannon. Fred Hoiberg made some promises on the radio earlier this week. Like, do you have have you started thinking about next season at all and what is at stake or what's not? Or are you not wanting to think about that because then it reminds you of the discussions that you're going to have with people about job statuses of coaches?
Well, first I'm focused on winning the Crown tournament.
That's true.
That's a major focus. I've been looking at some Crown bracketology, breaking down some of the matchups. I'm hopeful, perhaps that we can get some scouting reports on the Villanovas of the world, if necessary, from John, that kind of thing. So
Eric Dixon, Wooga Poplar.
That tournament is in like June, so we have some time, some downtime until we actually get into that one. Everyone will have felt their pain, except for the Final Four when that tournament starts. So that's kind of fun too. But in terms of next year, they just gotta they've got to get singles, doubles, triples, and probably a home run out of the transfer portal this year instead of several ground balls, strikeouts, and maybe an error got someone on first to for some reason bring a baseball analogy into basketball.
I was reading a story from On3. They talked to a bunch of people around college basketball and asked them what it was going to take money-wise to put together a top 25 roster. And a lot of people were, $4 million was like low. It was more like $5, $6, $7 million for athletes. And I was thinking about this in the context, and I'm just using Georgia as an example because we actually got their figures a couple weeks ago. And, they had what was it, 16 million, 16 and a half for football. And then it was like 2.7 or 2.8 for basketball. And I'm thinking, wow. So that's literally half of what some of these coaches think. And I only use that because, you look at what Nebraska is going to have to do with NIL, and you know that they're going to spend at least 16 on football. My guess would be at least 17 on football. You got volleyball to feed and all this other stuff that if it's like the math doesn't figure out, right? If you need a top 25 roster, you need at least $5 million to do it. It doesn't sound like a lot of these power schools are going to have $5 million in rev share to give to basketball.
Yeah, and not on top of that, not having the money, I think there's a question too is, what is the motivation either among the donors or the school to really pour that money in? Because right now, and it'll probably be the case next year, you still have a fan base that is somewhat passionate, given there again, you may not know this, lack of historical success for this program, that generally continues to show up for the game. They had some oddly good attendance rankings in the national. They always does Nebraska basketball. And so, what is the impetus for those with the money, whether it again be at the athletic department level or at the third party donor level, to say, hey, this program needs to get some money in it, right? Yeah, they need to win, but what exactly are you gaining from winning that you weren't gaining already if you've got that place pretty much filled up most of the time?
Yeah, and Jack, along those lines, I know one of the things that I've heard a lot this week from people is why would there be a want to give them more money when they haven't even taken that kind of first step, I guess, of getting to the tournament and maybe being successful, where it's like, okay, now you can go over the top. I guess the answer would be, well, Josh, you could still go from not ever winning a tournament game to winning a tournament game. But I just wonder if the demand or want to really pour a lot of money into the program is there, given that they still have a lot of steps to go before you would feel real comfortable giving that type of dollar.
I guess, but I think you could also make the argument that despite the disappointment of how this year ended, given where they've been this 2-year period, taken as one unit, it's as good as you've had over a course of a 2-year period in more than a decade.
This century, yeah.
So, it's as I don't know exactly what you expect, what people expect, Josh, in terms of momentum, but this is a step upward from where they've been. And the next step, if you're going to take the next step after that, I assume that looks like, getting in the tournament regularly and winning a game, obviously, in the tournament at very least.
A couple days ago here on the Grum, Mike Schaefer was on with us, and we were dissecting, as everyone does, Matt Rule's words from his press conference earlier this week. And Schaefer had he was kind of spitballing something as far as, the whole spring game thing, the Tennessee thing, and how Rule has kind of taken on this new attitude of, I'm just going to say what I'm going to say, that this might be like the first time that Rule is wrestling with the fan base over control of the program. Something like that. Am I paraphrasing his words right, Josh?
Yeah.
Something like that. I'm curious what you think, because you have been very cognizant of making sure that the fan and the program vibe together and not have this, us versus the world. And I'm not saying that's necessarily what Rule's doing or even what Mike Schaefer is saying, but this idea of, hey, this is the direction I think we need to go in for this program, and it may not jibe with what fans have traditionally thought is the best direction for this program.
Yeah, I see what he's saying or what the indication is there, but it feels still pretty different than what we saw when you had previous iterations of the coaches. He was making a decision that he knew, that he knows that he knew, or that Troy Dannon made the decision that was unpopular, at least among a decent portion of the fans, in moving on from the Tennessee contract and for not doing a spring game, as you mentioned. But this was essentially kind of a, hey, I know I'm taking unpopular moves, but here's why I'm doing it, as opposed to the previous iterations of this when I've been frustrated with, when it was essentially, hey, the fans don't support the team enough, or the fans, they impede the program, or that kind of a thing. It's far from that level when I've been the most frustrated, particularly with Bo Pelini and Scott Frost. So I don't really see it that way, but yeah, I think he's right. He's feeling it. I think it's a good point to be made that you're kind of crossing a threshold where you haven't really had it, where he's made a public decision or been a public decision or defended a decision about the program that was potentially unpopular with the fan base, other than decisions within games. So I think that's true, but it's a ways away, I think, from anything where you're like, well, man, he's now doing the whatever us against the world thing or anything like that.
Jack, before I let you go, yesterday, Shafe and I had a discussion about wish list items for March Madness. Is there something that you are really hoping for, beyond obviously pain for everyone imaginable over the next few weeks?
Pain for everyone, and the worst pain for the teams I don't like, and that will come, and I'm excited for that. Let's see, other things. Wish list to win all the bracket contests this year for me. I hope for that. That often happens, so wouldn't be surprised either if that came true. I don't know, just some good solid upsets. That I really want there to be some really solid games in that first Thursday, Friday deal. There are some years where it's just like electric that whole day, and then there's some times where you just get a day that's just kind of a dud with no upsets and no close games. I'd like it to be one of those years where it's just nonstop during the afternoon and the evening on both Thursday and Friday, that you have some banger games, because I do still love those days, and I look forward to those days. And every round that passes, my excitement gets a little bit less. But that Thursday, Friday is still a couple of my favorite sports days in the calendar. So I just hope they're as good as advertised.
All right. Well, enjoy your weekend wherever it's taking you. And we will catch up next week well, actually, we won't catch up with you next week, because we'll have tournament games.
That's right. We'll talk to you in 2 weeks.
All right. Well, we'll look forward to discussing all of the pain that's been meted out by the universe, not to me. I'm excited about that. I'll be in a great mood.
Yeah, we'll be down to, it won't even be 16 teams by that point in time. We'll have had 4 more eliminated. We'll be down to 12 teams by that point. So think of all the sad fans, all 56 fan bases that will be sad by then.
Right, and still like a week and a half from the Crown tournament then, obviously. but we probably can start breaking down some of the rosters and that kind of thing too.
Oh, excellent point.
That'll start to become a big focus.
I mean, we'll literally have to break down the rosters because half of the players will be transferring, and so they'll be down to the guys.
We can all learn about
them
together. We can learn about the new players on the roster together. That'll be a great time.
I need a cheap Vegas deal. I'll go out and be a fan out there. I'll go to Vegas. You guys get to go to Vegas all the time for stuff. They do. Somebody sneezes and they send Josh and Connor and Nick out to the pool at Vegas.
That's true.
Why aren't we doing that with us here?
You need to contact Mr. Yogurt and see if there's any travel packages to Vegas for the Crown.
Send me to Vegas. Send me to Vegas. It's been a while since I've been to Vegas.
And you can be that one fan who just jumps around all the time, and it's always in the camera shot. There's all the empty seats, but there's this one guy out there just jumping around, really excited. And anytime they need a crowd shot, it's that one guy. You can be that one guy.
By the way, I know I need to go, but as an aside, the Big East tournament microphones sometimes have been picking up the most detailed comp fans yelling at the players, and it's hilarious. I don't know if anybody else heard that. I heard it more during the UConn game after the Creighton game, but he was like, "Hey, number 13, why don't you keep flopping?" It was amazing. It was the cameras are really trained on, or are really trained on the fans there. So it was an enjoyable night of basketball.
Well, we have that feed right now. Let's see if
very loud.
Very loud, very loud. We'll try to pick up some of those conversations tonight. Jack, have a good one. Thanks.
Bye, Jack.
See ya. Bye.
Jack Mitchell joining us via the phone today, not in the stream.
Nope.
But his phone worked and it didn't blink out. So
no, it sounded okay. It sounded like a phone.
Did you like the little
victory for whatever phone service he has?
Title was very, very funny. Did you see the title, John?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
Yes, I did. All right, when we continue, more on last night's thrilling comeback. I mean, I guess Jack was thrilled for DePaul because they experienced pain last night.
Yeah, did you see this tweet from KD? It brings me great joy to know that Jack tuned in for the second half last night and got a nice kick in the knackers. Ouchies.
Thanks, Jack. Watch tonight, both halves.
What was that thing that sounded like a Starbucks add-on? The
nitro groin kick or whatever.
The nitro rocket groin kick.
Yes.
The nitro rocket.
Oh,
groin
wow.
kick.
You must be tired if you need the nitro rocket groin kick in your coffee this morning.
And also, we're playing War on the Radio for Woodcliff $50 gift vouchers.
Nice.
That will be coming up shortly. So stay there. Kent's Movie Club as well. We're live here today in the garden. There's the horn.
Nice.
There's the horn.
Love it.
That tells us we have to go to break on 1620 The Zone. kids, the tournament's almost here, and 1620 The Zone is giving you the chance to watch the first round in style with up to 9 of your friends. Enter to win 1620 The Watch Party, and you could get a VIP table at Prairie Flower Casino's Sky Bar and Grill to watch next Friday's games on multiple big screens.
Nice.
Plus, I believe they allow you to bet on the games, too.
Oh, yeah.
We're throwing in a $400 restaurant tab as
Let's
well.
go.
And you can enter now through this Sunday, so time is running out. Visit 1620thezone.com for more information. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in a severe thunderstorm watch. Not here in New York, but back at home.
Oh,
How
boy.
about them apples?
Yeah,
enjoy that severe weather tonight, kids.
You are a monster, John, for saying this with such a large smile. Also, that graphic looks like absolute garbage.
Yeah, John, what the hell?
We could have made a better one in glorious Canva. Look at how blurry the letters are. You just downloaded it from the internet. I know what you did.
Yeah, exactly.
It looks like crap. You didn't want to make a better one?
You know what, TV nerd? Why don't you go be a TV guy? Why don't you go to Fox and redesign their score bug?
For someone who really cares about his craft, lots of prep, works real hard, the lack of care you have for like any sort of graphic is kind of mind-blowing to me.
What are you talking about? The Grum Down. What a glorious graphic.
It looks better. You've gotten better with it.
Glorious graphic. What do you mean better? It's the same graphic I've basically been using. There's another graphic. There's another graphic. There's another graphic. They're all wonderful graphics.
The
so
severe weather one, horrible. Absolutely horrible.
Well, that was done intentionally because I know how much you care about the weather.
Yeah. Well, I had to get my walk-in with Banks earlier today because if I didn't get it done early in the morning, I would not get one done tonight because it's going to be nasty here. Very, very nasty. John, speaking of weather, people love it when I talk about weather and I'm making predictions on if a certain thing is done or not. I have an announcement, John, to make on this here Grum.
Nope, we're not allowing it. Take a break. We'll be back after this on 1620 The Zone. We're not going to allow you to do this. We are not going to allow you to stupefy yourself on this radio station by making another one of your idiotic predictions.
Not stupefying, John. I am just saying this. I think after the snow next Wednesday, I think it's done. I think we are at the end of winter. After Wednesday, the snow will be done. Man, it feels good to say it, doesn't it? No. Nick, this should be a celebration. It should be like this.
Sports Flash.
But for snow. Man, this is awesome. I'm just so excited. I'm happy. I've been looking at my charts. I've been looking at my models, John.
More like your farts.
John, your thoughts?
Well, kids, look forward to the big snowstorm coming up during the weekend of the Elite Eight and the Sweet 16. That's what's going to happen.
Oh, man.
Thanks to your prediction.
Nick, I just realized I can make a new Snow is Done graphic in Canva.
Oh. See, the problem here is not with what you think of my graphic representation. The problem is you and Nick being so over the top the other way. You've taken us to a weird extreme now where that's all you care about.
What?
I think that's the only reason you made your stupid prediction, so you can make another stupid graphic.
That's not true, John. It is a good idea though to make a graphic. I'll get on that very, very quickly. Anyway,
yes please do.
Got any sports to discuss?
Yes, we do, because we might as well get to some graphics. It's time to go to Mr. Crutchfield's neighborhood.
Oh,
there he is. Mr. Crutchfield just sitting back, kicking back, relaxing, watching some basketball. I mean, sure, I'm sure there's a little bit of recruiting that needs to be done. Can't really scout anybody yet because, well, he could. I mean, I'm sure they're working a little bit ahead. They have probably a decent idea of there's probably a group of 6 to 8 teams that he knows he'll be playing in the first week. And the purpose of this exercise is to see, will Omaha be a 15? Will they be a 16? Here's the updated Torvik ranketology from barttorvik.com. Omaha's on the 15 line, kids.
Let's go, baby.
So they are not well, but they are comfortably away from the play-in game, which would be for the final 4 16 seeds that are in the tournament. As far as who you're rooting for the remaining mid-major conference tournaments that are out there, You're rooting for Maine over Bryant on Saturday in the America East final because Maine's net is at 196. Omaha's is at 160. So we might be able to assume that Maine will be behind Omaha in the overall seeding.
Okay.
In the Big West, Cal Poly is the one team that is below Omaha in the net, but they're pretty close. I mean, if they were to win, especially if they were to beat UC San Diego, they would probably jump up and be in the same conversation as Omaha. So I'm not sure if there's much advantage to be gained out of the Big West other than just let the favorite win and be done with it. Ivy League, Dartmouth, sitting down there at 203. They could be a team that would be slotted in behind Omaha should they win the Ivy League. They're doing their semifinals on Saturday and then their finals on Sunday. The MAC with 2 A's. Everybody is 179 or lower in the net, so really good chance that the MAC champion will be behind Omaha in the seed line. Same with the MEAC.
MEAC?
Which sounds like something my cat does when I have failed to feed it every 4 hours.
Dude, every time we say it, it sounds like the hype monster. Every time I hear it, I think of the hype monster.
Everybody is 183 or lower in the net, so again, another good chance the MEAC champ will be behind Omaha. In the MAC tournament, not the MAC.
The Greg McDermott?
The Toledo Mudhens, the Toledo Rockets, they're at
Nice.
236. If they were to pull an upset, they would slide in. So go ahead and root for Toledo this weekend. They've got Akron, Kent State, Miami left in that tournament. SWAC, no issues there. Everybody's 224 or worse. And in the WAC, everything ends with an AC. You got your MEAC, your MAC, your MAC, your SWAC, and your WAC.
I guess that's true.
Cal Baptist at 171, you can root for them if you'd like. But my confidence level, I think I said 5%.
Yeah.
I think now the conversation needs to shift more to 15 versus traditional 16. Mavs will not be playing in Dayton. I'm just going to say it right now. Put it on the list. Mavs are not in Dayton.
Okay.
Get the
So
tomatoes.
will they be one of those other 16s that don't have to play a play-in game, or will they be a 15? I think their chances right now of being a 15 seed, when we go back to the first graphic, I mean, you've already got 3 teams who have, and the stars, by the way, on this graphic represent the teams that have automatically qualified. They've already won their conference tournament.
Okay.
You've already got 3 of them that are behind Omaha. So, all you have to do is slot a couple more in there, and suddenly, Omaha's looking pretty good on the 15 line. I think Omaha's about, I would go 65% chance of being a 15 seed.
Wow.
I think that's where it is right now, about 65%. Because I was looking on, and Torvik, not Torvik, but Bracket Matrix just did a new update. There are 93 brackets that are in, and Omaha is on the 15 seed line. Strangely, one bracketologist still doesn't have them in the tournament. I have no idea why.
Why does that person still have a job?
I don't. Honestly, they didn't seed anybody below 12, so maybe they don't slot in the auto bids from the smaller leagues. But Omaha is almost universally a 15 seed. I only see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, maybe about a 10 or 12 of the, what number is it? 93 bracketologists who have submitted a bracket most recently have Omaha on the 16 line. So most everybody's got them on the 15 line. So I feel even more comfortable. I might push that up to 75%. Change it. 75% chance Omaha will be on the 15 seed line and play a 2 seed in the first round of the NCAA.
And that's high, but I mean, not as good as the snow being done, which is a 100% chance of happening. So pretty cool, though. Pretty cool, though.
Ooh.
Pretty cool.
Ooh. By the way,
yeah.
Send your complaints to Josh is an idiot at 1620thezone.com. We already have an email address. It goes right to our general manager, right to our programming director. It's called Josh is an idiot at 1620thezone.com. For those of you who are going to be cursed when you are stuck in 15 inches of snow in 2 weeks.
Also, did you see Nick's great graphic, John, that he just made? Look at this.
No.
With a zone logo and everything.
Number 1 or number 2?
Wow. Oh, you even tried to do it in the same kind of vein with that stupid line across it for some
number
reason.
1, Number 2. I just wanted to prove a point to John.
Yep. See, John, it's not that difficult.
We could have the same one, but better.
It's funny. You're proving a point that doesn't need to be proven. I wasn't trying for artistic success. I stole it from somebody else.
Yeah, we know, John.
We know. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have even known we were in a severe thunderstorm watch, which is in effect, by the way, until 10 o'clock. So be mindful of that. Hopefully the crackle of thunder won't disrupt your enjoyment of tonight's Big East semifinal between Creighton and UConn. Yes.
I was just going to say a reminder. We also did this. Oh, look at that. The snow is done. After Wednesday. It's after Wednesday. We just want to make sure everybody knows that it's done after Wednesday.
I like those outlines.
Aren't those outlines looking good?
Those are crispy.
They're not good. They're good.
Crispy
Those outlines are good. Thank you, Nick. I appreciate you.
John wishes he could outline like that.
I wish I could be done with both of you.
No, you don't. You love us.
Yeah, what are you talking about, John? You're an idiot. Imagine not wanting to spend time with Nick and I. That would be the dumbest thing you could do.
Only an idiot would want that.
Only an idiot.
Idiot.
I think I'm going to see if I can take up residency here in the Garden. All right, we'll come back. Kent's Movie Club still to come.
Yeah.
And more, including, is Nebraska's schedule this year easy?
What?
Or tough?
Huh?
16-20 the zone. Yes, we are your home for March Madness. We'll have UNO, we'll have Creighton, and, of course, we'll have the entire tournament courtesy of our friends at Westwood One. So if you like college basketball, this is the radio station you're going to want to be on for the next several weeks.
Also,
1620 The Zone.
Be sure to listen on Sunday because we will be airing Selection Sunday right here on 1620 The Zone.
5 o'clock when that show starts?
Yeah, 5 o'clock.
5
Look
o'clock when
at
the show
that.
starts. And the JAYS are doing another one of their
Watch
parties. 5 o'clock for the men, 7 o'clock for the women over at DJ Sokol Arena on campus. Free parking. They will have concessions and items for purchase.
Nice.
If you would so like, and you can watch on the big screen and celebrate with both teams as they find out where their draw is for the big dance. Speaking of draws, this was a graphic that came out earlier this week from friend of the Grum, Bill Conley. His all the college football schedules are now officially set.
Nice.
And so using SP Plus, which is his metric, not an ESPN metric, kids, even though he is employed by ESPN, he created this long before he was employed by the worldwide leader. This is his own power rankings. He has projected the SP Plus strength of schedule. Now, this rating, it's based on what he believes an average top 5 team would do against that schedule, that team's schedule. So when you look at and the ranking is, you know, if you're watching along on zonetv.live or on our YouTube channel, the SOS category, strength of schedule, shows a win percentage, what an average top 5 team would do against that schedule. The toughest schedules this year belong to Oklahoma and Florida. And they are saying, as Bill points out, Oklahoma and Florida would need to be a top 5 caliber team this year to even go 9-3 because the strength of schedule is 771. So what he's saying is Oklahoma and Florida, if they think they're going to go 9-3, they're going to be playing at a top 5 level to even achieve that. So that kind of gives you an idea where the benchmark is. But what I wanted to point out, because he just listed the top 40, but they're all power schools, they're all from major conferences. Take a look at how SEC heavy it is in the top 15. And then I put Big Ten markers next to all of the Big Ten schools. Nebraska is third from the bottom. Their 35th toughest schedule, but among Big Ten schools, they're third from the bottom on this graphic. Only one Big Ten school didn't make the top 40, and that's Maryland. So when you factor Maryland in, it's saying here that Nebraska has the 4th easiest schedule this season in the Big Ten Conference.
It's the Indiana schedule of 2025.
Yeah, I don't remember where Indiana would have fallen on this chart last year if they would have been this low or even lower.
Yeah, I mean, at this time, John, if they would have done it in March, I can't imagine it would have been this low, mainly because I think there was an expectation, though you and I disagreed, that Michigan was still going to be really, really good. And, of course, we know that they dropped off, tremendously. I think that people expected Washington to be better. I mean, the runner-up and the national champion were on their schedule from the year prior. Michigan State, I don't think, was as good as they were expected to be. I think you could say the same thing about Maryland. And then obviously they avoided Penn State. They avoided Oregon. They got it. And hell, I mean, maybe at this time last year, we would have said, yeah, that Nebraska game is going to be really tough for them. And it ended up being like their easiest game in conference all year outside of Purdue, so pretty interesting.
The only Big Ten teams who have an easier schedule, according to Bill Conley, are Michigan, Illinois, and Maryland. The toughest Big Ten schedule is Wisconsin, and Wisconsin has the 5th overall toughest schedule in the country. And then it's a pretty big gap before you get to the next gaggle of Big Ten teams, which includes Rutgers and Northwestern and USC and Iowa and Ohio State.
John, have you seen this Wisconsin schedule? Holy God. I was like, okay, they must play somebody in the non-conference. They do. They're trapped. They're making the return trip to Tuscaloosa to play Bama. Okay, you ready for this, though? They're Big Ten teams. Maryland, and then they're off. At Michigan, Iowa, Ohio State, at Oregon. Good God. Then they have another off week. Washington, at Indiana, Illinois, and at Minnesota. Holy crap. I mean, the only team that they miss in terms of actual conference favorites are Penn State. Otherwise, they see all of the other favorites to win the league, and then they see, a team that made the playoff last year in Indiana, and the hot team for a lot of people going into this next year, and that's Illinois. Plus, Iowa's always going to be a tough game, and you have to go to Alabama. Whew, that is Good luck, Wisconsin. That sounds like hell.
And with Oklahoma being at the top of the list, their schedule this year, they
have Michigan in the non-conference.
Their toughie in their non-conference is a home game against Michigan.
Uh-huh.
Then they will host Auburn. Then they have their first bye. Then they'll play Kent State. Then it's all SEC after that. Texas at the Cotton Bowl, at South Carolina, Ole Miss, at Tennessee, another bye week, at Alabama, Missouri, and then LSU. So that's just an example of the difficulty in schedule.
Good luck
for the Oklahoma Sooners. Yes, good luck indeed with that. But when you look at this from a Nebraska perspective, again, comparing it to the other Big Ten schools, Nebraska's schedule 4th easiest in the conference.
Interesting. Stay tuned.
How much of a difference do you think Bowling Green made to that?
Yeah, this would have been even easier.
Uh-huh.
That's not until next year.
Would have been even easier.
Yeah, that's not until next year.
Sadly.
They've already got Cincinnati.
They
They're on to Cincinnati.
And
we're on to Kent's Movie Club.
Oh, let's do it.
Nice.
Let's do it next. We're talking Conclave, who was one of the 10 nominees for Best Picture of the Year. And we will discuss that next with our good friend Kent Wogemont of the Lincoln Journal-Star as the Grum continues on a One Beer Friday on 1620 The Zone. Friday, the final day of the week. These are the voyages of the program Unsportsmanlike Conduct. Its ongoing mission to explore strange new movies, to seek out new bits and new edification, to boldly go where no radio program has gone before. Oh, Elkins Movie Club. It's Elkins Movie Club. Elkins Movie Club. It's Elkins Movie Club. Kent can't hear us.
Kent can't hear us?
Kent can't hear us.
No,
I don't know what to do about this.
He was doing this, and then John was doing this.
Yeah,
Did you just think John was being a silly Billy?
No, I was bobbing my. I can't do anything about it. I checked. Everything's set up on our end how it needs to be.
All right. Well, we'll tell him to hop back out and hop back in.
Everything's set up right?
Yes.
Yeah, this has been happening lately. This happened with Schaefer recently, and so yeah, occasionally I'll text him too. Looks like he's on his phone.
All right. Yeah, we'll see if we can get Kent to jump in and jump out. Apparently something has gone haywire with the
Yeah, he just texted me that he was doing that. All right.
All right. So he's going to jump out, come back in, and now Nick's got a big old line through his face.
Yeah.
I missed the line.
Guess you didn't plan for that. You can.
I didn't. No, I didn't expect
You sure didn't.
You could have planned better and by finding something on Google.
I love John doing this and Nick being like, bah.
No, I knew what he was saying. What could I do about it?
Nothing.
Was I going to stop the mid-open?
No. It was pretty funny. That was a pretty funny moment. All right, well, we'll see if we got him back.
Let's see if this works.
Ken, can you hear us?
Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
No.
Is your volume on? Is his volume turned on? Everything is set up.
Everything is set. It's how it needs to be.
Yeah. I wonder if that's what it is. I will text.
Well, we might just need to call him.
Uh-oh.
Might have to use the telephone. Might have to do it old school today.
Got it.
Hey!
Hi. Hi, Ken.
All right.
Was your computer muted, Kent?
No.
Okay, well, that's good. I was worried that it was muted.
No, I don't. I have no idea. I just went in and reset the audio on it while we were.
Oh, good. Well, all right, then.
All right, perfect.
I have some minor degree measure of technical expertise.
Nice. Very nice. Well, the movie this week is Conclave, which was one of the 10 films nominated for the Academy Award, and this was a Josh pick.
Yes.
It's streaming on Peacock.
Yes, it begins with the death of the current pope in the not in real life in the universe.
It's a fake pope.
It is a pretend.
It's a real pope to them.
It's a fictional movie. It's also, I didn't realize it, Ken, until I was doing the research after I finished. It's based on a book that came out close to a decade ago. And so the Conclave, as a non-Catholic, I learned a lot of stuff about Catholicism in this movie. The Conclave is the group of the cardinals, I believe, that get together, and then they vote on the new pope. Again, I also learned that it is not just like a majority rule. You have to reach a threshold number, and so they just vote and vote and vote and vote and vote until they finally get the winner, and that is what happens over the course of 2 hours. And you know that there are factions because they talk about the factions. Kent, one of the things that I found interesting about this movie to kick off the conversation, it doesn't really show a whole lot of the bargaining that is happening between the various cardinals, right? Like there's a couple of conversations that are happening in this movie, but for the most part, obviously that stuff is happening on the side. You just don't know exactly, who is promising what. And of course, there are twists and turns along the way, various backstabbings until the end when we finally learn who the new pope is going to be. So that is 2024's Conclave.
Okay. One of the reasons that you don't see sort of overt politicking is because that actually does not occur. There is a famous saying in Italy that the cardinal who goes into the conclave thinking he is the pope comes back out a cardinal. Mm-hmm. That it's bad form to actually campaign. And
okay.
so there are, as the movie shows, groups of supporters that might meet to say, what do we need to do? But the actual Cardinals that are up for the job, so to speak, generally aren't. And this is my understanding. I'm not. Obviously, there are 120 people maximum that have ever been in a conclave to judge the accuracy of this. I mean, there are a lot of people. Oh, this is this and this is that. Well, the conclaves are limited to 120 cardinals, all of them under 80 years old. If you're 80 years old or older, you can't vote.
Wow, that must be nice.
Yeah, which is interesting, isn't it? And
yeah,
and so there are 120, and the last conclave would have been what? When
was it John?
Was chosen after the resignation of Benedict, who I couldn't remember his papal name. I remembered he was Cardinal Ratzinger, and I knew that wasn't right. Anyway, so it's those 120 people that actually know what really happens, right? So who knows how accurate some of this stuff is, but from everything that I've read and that I've known, there was actually a really good book written, The Making of the Popes, 1978, which is about John Paul I and John Paul II, because if you know your history, John Paul I, who was elected, and he lived less than a year, I believe, after his election. And then John Paul II, who is the Pope that everybody associates with John Paul, the Carol Wojtyla, was elected within a year. So it's the Making of the Popes. And that book describes something very similar in the sense of these voting blocks, but not overt campaigning.
Yeah.
To me, one of the most interesting parts of this, and it's weird because the thing was actually written before Francis's autobiography, is the homily that Ralph Fiennes, who is the head of the dean of the cardinals, the head of the conclave, that homily he gives about doubt. I want a pope, elect a pope with doubt, is very similar to stuff that Francis wrote in his autobiography.
Okay.
Which I find interesting, just as a interest. But yeah, so this movie has received some praise and lots of criticism.
I can imagine.
From the Catholic, not so much from the Catholic Church. There hasn't been any great proclamations from the Vatican or anything about it, but it's certainly within the Catholic media, shall we say, like some of the magazines and stuff have really criticized it for being anti-Catholic, which I don't see, for being inaccurate. There was a cardinal that came out and said, this isn't what goes on because we spend most of the time in prayer and contemplation and, and it doesn't show that part of it. Well, how could you show that part of it?
It's a movie.
Right.
It's a movie. You want to see a bunch of 30 a bunch of guys sitting around praying? I think not. So some of those criticisms, but I think it's a pretty good, almost political thriller is what I would.
That's what I was going to say, Kent. If you take, I mean, obviously it's in the heart of the Catholic Church, but if you take it more as just a political thriller, and not so much, trying to literally, represent a denomination, a church, a form of worship, I think you probably absorb the movie just a little bit differently, because this is really what it is. It's a political thriller. It's It's, people working behind the scenes. It's a struggle for power. You literally could have done a movie similar to this about the old Roman Empire, or about anything that happens in Washington, or things that happen in, the British Parliament. I mean, so, and certainly, folks who are going to take things more literally will look at this and say, well, this isn't right. This isn't right. The cardinal at the very end, who eventually becomes the Pope, became a cardinal through an appointment where inside Catholic law, he wouldn't have been allowed in the conclave to begin with. So, yeah, are there going to be factual inaccuracies about how things work? Yes, just like there are in probably most political thrillers. But if you remove, the idea of, well, they're trying to depict what today's Catholic Church is. Today's Catholic Church has the same issues as just about every other form of either government or organization. You've got your more liberal factions, you have your more conservative factions, you have reformists.
Talk about race. John talks about parts of the world where some of the
right.
potential popes could come from, and what they stand for. And
right.
it very much like a political thriller. It has those twists and turns along the way where it's like, and then you learn this about this person. Well, that person no longer is going to be in the race for it. And then you have this person. And I thought, I was enjoying the movie. I think an hour in, there's the scene with Fiennes and Tucci, where is that the one where Tucci is like, everyone knows what their name would be. Every cardinal has picked out their name. And I thought that was the first scene where I was like, okay, this movie is now going up another level for me.
That's around the time in the movie where I decided to myself, this is just Death of Stalin Pope edition.
Yeah.
This whole movie reminded me of the death of Stalin, with all the power struggles and politicking that was happening.
Mm-hmm.
Political.
It's not as funny as the death of
no.
Right.
The humor, it's there, but it feels very far between itself.
Definitely. And then for those who haven't seen it, there is also this, and it's mentioned a few times in it, there is this
background plot?
Yeah, there's this background plot of terrorism that is happening near the Vatican. Right? And so there's one scene at one point where the Fiennes character is talking with someone. He's like, we're not going to let the Cardinals know because we don't want them to, that to affect their decisions. And it ends up playing a pretty big part, of course, in what happens at the end. But that is happening throughout the entire movie, as it's unfolding.
Which I thought was kind of interesting, just to throw it in there, because they didn't necessarily need it like they kind of did for one part.
I would say that they needed it by the end.
I feel like it could have been anything. I don't think it necessarily
had to be terrorism.
Yeah.
But recall, and this movie, I have not read the book, but once we went to the movie, Carla got interested in it, and she read the book, and she said the movie is very faithful to the book, and that remember when the book was written. Remember when the book was written, it was right at post 9/11. All the terrorist stuff was ramped up really high. So that was pulling from that headline, would be my thought. I do think that it's important in a way to say that whether or not the exact procedure or whatever is depicted, this thing looks right. And operates correctly. They went out of their way to accurately reproduce the Sistine Chapel. It's not like they were allowed to film in there. And the building that they stay in which is right next essentially to the Vatican, was changed a little to make it seem more prison-like.
And it definitely had that vibe to it.
Yes, it did.
The hallways, the way the windows were, even on the doors.
But the costumes were all based on, they studied the robes and all of that. And these are actually copies of, I believe it says either 17th or 18th century robes rather than the contemporary ones, because the filmmakers like the color better.
It does pop.
Contemporary robes apparently didn't work as well. So, but it's very accurate to that part of it. And, it's just a really, really, really well-made movie that it won the Best Picture at BAFTA, the English version of the Oscars, but it also won almost every ensemble acting award that was given out, because I think the performances are top to bottom, even people that that like the Italian actors that you
never seen that guy. He was awesome.
He was so good.
And the African the guy who played the African Pope, and then of course you have Ralph Fiennes, who deservedly got a bunch of Best Actor nominations, and Stanley Tucci. Ralph Fiennes is I believe he's supposed to be British.
Yes, he's British.
And he's the dean. Tucci is an American cardinal who is actually modeled on a guy who was thought to be going to be the head, be elected at one conclave and did not, and then came back at the second one and thought for sure and didn't get elected again. So he's modeled on a real person. And John Lithgow
he was awesome.
A Canadian guy who is how do you want to put this without giving everything away? He's probably the most ambitious. Why don't we describe it? And does
either him or the Italian?
Yeah, the Italian was overt, right?
Yeah,
he was more trying to do things subtly under the table, whatever, to get elected. And then I think the other major character that needs to be talked about, or performance, is Isabella Rossellini as the nun who is in charge of their catering and cleaning and all of that, who gets pulled into the drama, so to speak. And I thought she was spectacularly good she's only in it for 10 minutes out of the 2 hours.
And has one really big scene.
Yep. But she was really good. So
yeah, visually it looks good. And again, it had all the vibes of being a political thriller, without, outside of the car bombing, there's no violence or anything like that, but just some of the inner machinations that are working in between the characters. I found it, again, I don't think it's one-to-one. Yes, this is exactly how it works, but I found it believable.
Oh,
right?
Absolutely.
Found a lot of the things that happened plausible, because again, in any organization, it could be our business, for crying out loud. There's politics. You've got your more liberal people, you got your more conservative people, and you've got the fighting of, hey, what direction do we want to take this organization? And it just so happens that it's the Catholic Church that they're using, and the election of a pope to depict that. I mean, it's a smaller thing, but obviously the sign that everyone looks for when a pope is elected is the white smoke that comes out of the chimney. And it was just kind of fun to see, how they handle the votes, and they always burn all the votes at the end of the day, and then they hit the button, and it'll be black smoke or it'll be white smoke. I thought that was just kind of a small little thing that it almost had elements of Star Wars, when they're starting to fire off the laser and they're hitting all the buttons. It's like, oh, got to hit the smoke. There's the button.
I guess I never really thought about before that how the smoke changes color.
I know. I was wondering the same thing too.
Burned specific things that would either be white or black.
It's a smoke machine in the movie.
Oh,
yeah.
Yep. And the that part is 100% accurate.
Really? That's how they do it.
That is how they do it. And also when they walk up and carry their vote and they say that about, I'm voting for the person that whatever, right? That is exactly what they say.
Interesting.
And they read all the ballots aloud, just like they showed in the movie. They only did it once in the movie, because that would have got really tiresome if they
Yes. I mean, we saw enough of that as it was, but I enjoyed it. I thought it was good. It was for a 2-hour movie that didn't have quote unquote action. It was a nice, I thought, somewhat intelligent political thriller.
Let me ask this, and obviously we will not give away what happens, but just a one-word answer. Did you like the ending? Yes or no? Did you like the ending? Yes or no? Because I will say this, Kent, and I guess this is not going to be a one-word answer. I did not. I thought it was. I don't want to spoil anything. I thought it was very out of left field, I guess, is kind of how I would describe it. I don't know if it. I heard one person describe it. One critic describe it as cheapening the movie, and I don't think I'd go that far. But I was definitely like, wow, that is a choice that I don't know if totally needed to be made.
No, I would. There are elements of that don't need to be in there, but I think the twist is good, and it also once again is what was in the book.
Yeah,
this was not the filmmaker's choice, so to speak. It was because if you change that, you've really changed the book dramatically.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I did like that twist because I found myself getting disappointed in the last few minutes of the movie.
Because you thought it was going to be telegraphed?
Yeah, because I had that thought immediately. It's like, oh, I bet it's going to be this person. Mm-hmm. And then it was looking like it was going to be that person. And then that twist actually, it was a very good job of giving you a false sense of security. Mm-hmm. They did a really good job, I feel, of pulling the rug.
Yeah.
What did you think, John?
I like the fact there was a twist. I'll put it that way. I don't know if this was necessarily the way to execute it because I don't know. It just I could see where some of the critics from within the church would look at this as trying to exploit something or send some kind of a message. I think you could have executed it differently and still had a similar effect without doing what they did. But I didn't have a problem with the twist or the concept of one. I thought this particular style, they forced it.
So one last thing that I wanted to note here is this is the second movie we've watched here by Edward Berger.
What was the first?
All Quiet on the Western Front.
Oh yeah.
Okay. And this one was not done in German.
No, but this one was being put together while he was making that one.
Oh my gosh.
Interesting.
That's some good multitasking.
It is.
And those are two real good movies. Right?
Yes, they are.
Yeah.
He's good.
He's on a roll, as they say. Edward Berger. I wonder if he's got anything in the can right now. There's another one he's got out called The Ballad of a Small Prayer, which is a psychological thriller, and it's based on a novel.
Oh, there you go.
And I believe it's listed for this year. I don't know if it's out yet or not, but that's what he's got. Okay.
He's clearly a big enough deal. His movies are. I mean, after the last two, this thing did $100 million in box office, which is for this kind of movie pretty.
Oh my gosh! Yeah, for just a talkie movie, that's pretty incredible.
And so he's a big enough deal that he'll get some promotion and stuff. So you'll know when that movie is out.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, that may be another future selection in the movie club. So that is Conclave. It is streaming right now on Peacock. Nick, we're not picking for next week because next week we'll be off due to the NCAA tournament. But in 2 weeks, we will be back on Friday with.
So I'm pretty sure you haven't done this for Movie Club before.
Find out.
It's on Max. My girlfriend, Paige, had actually suggested it.
Okay.
It's got decently high ratings.
Yeah.
The Killing of a Sacred Deer.
I've never even heard of this movie.
It's got Alicia Silverstone. It's got Colin Farrell, Nicole Kidman.
Okay.
Movie.
All right.
It's a good movie.
And it's on Max?
It's on Max.
Perfect.
So that is what we will do in 2 weeks' time here on the Movie Club. Kent, have an enjoyable weekend. Thanks. Apparently, you're in a severe thunderstorm warning right now, so take shelter immediately.
But it doesn't appear to be severe thunderstorming outside. I have a question for you since you're not going to be around next Friday. Do you vote in the Wooden Award?
The Wooden Award?
Yeah.
I do not.
I do. And
Really?
I'm having difficulty. Give me your top 5 college players this year.
Top 5? Jeez.
Way to put him on the spot. I love it, Kent.
John's just going to name 5 Blue Jays.
No, I'm not going to name Blue Jays. I mean, wow, that's a good one.
Would you have Cooper Flag in there?
Well, that's the easy one. Okay.
I just wanted to make sure. We need 4 more basketball players.
Let's see. The Wooden Award, some of those finalists came out recently.
Yeah,
right?
they sent the list out last week.
And top 15, I think, is what they vote. Well, I mean, to me, it's down to Broom or Flag as far as who probably should win. I would go other guys in the top 5.
Because you have to rank, Ken. Do you have to rank the whole top 5?
I think, yes.
By the way, Severe apparently is a voter, too. He just texted me that he's a voter.
Oh.
How about that?
I would go Braden Smith. And then I would throw a bone to the other. I'd throw a bone to Kalkbrenner. I'd throw a bone to John Tanji at Wisconsin.
I was wondering if Tanji would be in your list.
Yeah. So I'd go probably in order. I would go Flag, Broom, Smith, Kalkbrenner, Tanji.
That's not entirely different than the list.
Yeah.
So I don't know if it helped you, Ken, or if you just affirmed your vote.
Usually I'll sit down and be done in 5 minutes. I mean, I'll know right off the top of my head, this is who I want to vote for. But this year, it's really not that way, for some reason.
No. It'll be interesting to see who comes out on top because I mean, the top 2, I mean, it's almost universal. Everyone thinks, one of those 2 is going to win it. It's just where everyone else falls.
And we can wait until after the first week of the tournament to vote.
Okay.
The vote is due on the 24th of March, which is
10 days
away.
From
Wednesday, right?
Week from Monday.
Week from Monday. So you can vote. You can watch the Sunday games and then vote, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But, if you vote based on what happened in the tournament, that's not really the fairest way to vote, I don't think.
I think honestly it should be done after conference tournaments are done because the tournament's a different animal and too many times people put too much emphasis on the tournament. If you're the player of the year, because, for a guy like a Dylan Harper, he's not going to be in the tournament. Eric Dixon of Villanova, he's not going to be in the tournament. Those guys kind of get shortchanged. I'm not saying those guys should be the player of the year, but I think whatever you consider for player of the year should be done by the end of this week, whatever they did by the end of this week, because everyone except Nebraska apparently gets to play in conference tournaments. So it's really an extension of the regular season.
And that's how the voting used to be, it was ended at the end of the conference tournaments. But then I don't know, I can't remember. Within the last 5 years, maybe, they extended it to the first week of the NCAA tournament. But, yeah, I've just been, and like I say, I've been doing this for a very long time, and I'm having more trouble this year maybe than ever.
All right, well, there's my vote. Kent, we'll let you get to your vote, and we'll talk to you in a couple weeks. Thanks for joining us as always.
Sounds good. See you guys later.
Bye, Kent.
All right.
Bye,
Kent Wolgamon of the Lincoln Journal-Star. We'll take a break. We'll get Matt DeMarinas of White and Blue Review coming up next, and then we're going to play some War on the Radio for $50 gift vouchers to the Woodcliff.
Nice.
It's more of 1620 the casino, but we'll preview tonight's Creighton UConn semifinal Big East tournament matchup next with Matt DeMarinas of White and Blue Review here on 1620 The Zone. Back here at the Garden, Marquette and St. John starting their warm-ups. They'll be tipping off here in about 80 minutes or so in the first of the two Big East semifinals. Rick Pitino was whining yesterday about how their first game, it didn't feel like a home game.
Ha! I mean, it was a work day, John. It was noon on a work day.
It was a work day, and, not everybody, who has tickets is a St. John's fan. A lot of people buy their tickets well in advance. I mean, I talked to someone, well, this is third person, but I trust the source, was mentioning that they sold their tickets for the Wednesday night games for $800.
What? Oh, my gosh.
And yesterday they were trying to get, for lower bowl, they were trying to get $2,000 for yesterday's first session.
Wow.
So, I mean, tickets here are, there's a reason why this place is still the home of the Big East tournament, because people come, and it's just gotten better and better every single year. All right, joining us, who is also here somewhere in New York City.
Nice.
Maybe on his way over here to the building. Heck, maybe he's in the building. Matt DeMarinas, White and Blue Review. Where are you today, Matt?
I'm currently on the corner of West 35th and 8th Ave, so I didn't quite make it to the building.
Oh, we have another walk and talk
honk,
here. So
honk.
Just be careful. Don't get hit by any cars.
I haven't got hit. I'm like a New Yorker at heart, so it really doesn't faze me.
Where do you put?
I'm laughing about the Pitino thing though, because I could have sworn the NCAA came out and said these games are all neutral site games for St. John's, or if they, whenever they win, they get credit for a neutral site win. So you better keep that shit down.
Yeah, no, I agree. Where does last night's game fit in the recent pantheon of Creighton victories?
Oh boy. I mean, do or die games always go like a lot higher, regardless of the opponent. I'm sure people are thinking it's DePaul, so it can't be that special. But anytime you're playing in the Garden in a Big East tournament game, and it's just there's that many exhilarating, pressure-packed plays, especially from unsung characters. I don't think Fedor Zugas just played his best game of his Creighton career last night. Ty Davis did as well. We saw Jackson McAndrews play where he missed the three and got the offensive rebound, got it blocked, got it back, hit it in. Like that gave him a lead in overtime. There's just so many. There's a wide cast of characters all coming through. To have their best moments as Blue Jays on that stage. That goes up pretty high for me, because those moments are hard to forget even as the years go by. I think I'll always remember that game, even though it was 10 seed DePaul and a game that you're supposed to win and all that kind of stuff. So I don't know. I haven't really sat down and kind of put it together in terms of where it fits all time, but it's going to be pretty high, I think, when I think back on it, just because of how improbable it was.
Matt, you mentioned that they raised their level of play. Obviously, they had to raise their level of play because they lowered their level of play, if you will, for the first, 20 minutes at the very least, the first half, and into the second half as well of action. What happened? Because sometimes the shots just aren't falling, and the other team is shooting lights out. Like this wasn't that. Like this was lots of turnovers, of course, in the first half. I remember the first time that I turned on John to listen to the call, he brought up that stat about how DePaul has not had a lot of steals in games. They're one of the worst teams in the country in getting steals. And then he was like, and now they have this many steals. So it was like, what the hell happened? How did Creighton get to that point?
I think when I was on with you guys, who were they about to play? I think they were about to play DePaul the last time too. The last time I was on the show. So,
yeah.
And we were talking then about the three-point shooting of this team and, what the fate of their season was tied to. If I'm wrong about that, feel free to correct me, but I'm pretty sure we had this conversation with you guys. And I said the fate of their season was tied to their willingness to be stubborn to a fault in involving Ryan Kalkbrenner in their offense as much as possible. Now, I understand that the other team isn't a bunch of idiots and they're going to try to make it as hard as possible for Creighton to involve Faulkner offensively. That can't matter. They have to. Like, they're capable of having good 3-point shooting nights. They're capable of shooting, making 13 to 15 threes and shooting, near 40% from beyond the arc on a given night. But that's not who they are. So those are anomaly nights. Who they are is just a streaky 3-point shooting team. It comes and goes. It's not something they can rely on offensively, even if it is kind of part of who they are in terms of the spacing and the things they run. And you saw DePaul last night, basically, and I'm pretty sure Coltman basically admitted this flat out in his presser, was we were only really frantically concerned about Steven Ashworth on the perimeter. So we wanted to make his look as difficult as possible. If everyone else, got some shots up, so be it. But we had to take away Faulkner, and our size isn't good enough to combat that, individually one-on-one. So we have to be creative, and we have to send bodies at him. And they did that. In the first half, Creighton was like, okay, well, if you're going to make it somewhat difficult for us to throw the ball to Faulkner, we're going to take the threes. And we did not hit them in the first half. And that's why they were in the hole they were in. I mean, 33, honestly, like defensively, they weren't in dire straits. Like 36 points against DePaul, that's fine. I don't think it was great, but it was fine. Like they could have countered that. But they just didn't. And I think you saw in the second half, there was a determined effort to make sure that if they were going to go down, they were going to go down with their big men eating good. And he came out and scored the first 10 of the first 12 points in the second half. He even got a couple threes to go himself. But he was constantly involved the rest of the game in the second half. And I don't think it's any secret why, Creighton was able to control the game to the degree they controlled it. Once Faulkner started going, they were down 40-23 once he started rolling, and it was really all Creighton's game from that point on. It was just because they were in a hole, it was close, but they really dominated the rest of the game once they started getting Faulkner involved offensively, and that's as simple as it gets for them the rest of the season. The more they can get him involved, the better their chances are. The more they rely on the 3-point shooting variance, the wider array of performances you're going to see.
Matt DeMarinas, White and Blue Review. Fans have been waiting all season long for the Fedor Zugic breakout. Last night, he played almost exclusively down the stretch in the overtime, had a career-high 13 points. Obviously hit the 2 big threes early that got the 11-point comeback started and continued to play well in the extra period. Is this the weekend that unlocks the Fedor Zugic that was promised when I say promised, really what fans were expecting?
Hey, I don't think you're talking out of turn there. Like that's who that dude is, and I don't think it's any secret to any of us. I think there was an understanding that needed to happen about how long it would take to get him up to speed, because what Creighton does isn't, it's maybe simple conceptually, but executing it, making the read, and especially understanding what you're doing defensively at your position is more challenging than a lot of people give it credit for. So I think that was the biggest hurdle. It was never about his skill set. So if you've gotten pushback about, Fedor being or selling people a bill of goods on Fedor, make sure that people understand where you're coming from on that, because his skill set is certainly unique. And he was on display last night when he was just doing his thing, And the reason he's doing his thing is because he has a better understanding of where he's supposed to be on the floor and when. So he's not thinking as much anymore. He's just playing. And, you look at, he just has a savviness about his game that's just no one else on Creighton can do what he does. The 3 he hit that basically reignited the game when they were down 11 was almost a turnover. Like he had the ball taken from him at first, and it was almost a turnover, and that was almost going to be game over. And he just, wrestles it back, finds an outlet, drifts to the corner, gets the ball back, takes his time, knocks it down, hits the second one, and just like he was off and running. But you look at the way he can create off the bounce, the way he can shoot it, his ability to get the ball into Faulkner, for God's sake, from the perimeter, like those super underrated skill on this team, what I just talked about. He's really good at using pass fake, shot fake, finding a window, finding an angle, and delivering the ball right into Faulkner's pocket where he can go to work. They need him. Whatever they hope to accomplish this year is tied in some ways to his ability to make plays, because he's unique in terms of what they have on their roster.
Matt, looking at tonight, 1-1, of course, in the season series. Creighton won on the road, then UConn won on the road. Creighton won the 2 games by 1 point in the aggregate. I mean, for a while last night, I'm thinking, oh my gosh, are they going to get Villanova in the semis? And then UConn not only wins, but ends up kind of blowing them out. The score not indicative of how that game unfolded. I mean, what do you take from the 2 regular season matchups to apply to this one? Is it just the obvious of this is probably going to be another one that goes down to the wire and should be a fascinating game to watch?
Yeah, I think so, because you look at I think both of the teams, when they look back on the losses, just the losses, because you never look back on your wins and say you got lucky. You always look back on your losses and say you got unlucky, right?
Yeah.
I think both teams felt like they should have won the home game. I think UConn came out of that thinking, Ashworth didn't go crazy, Faulkner didn't go nuts until the end. Like, it was basically Jemiah and Isaac Trout and, guys who hadn't really blown up like that. I think they caught them off guard, and they were probably thinking, like, well, that's an anomaly. That's bad luck. If we could just avoid that, we'll probably take care of home court. And then Creighton feels the same way about the rematch in Omaha. They had multiple situations they felt like they let controllable situations go to UConn and lose control of that game when they were up 14 in the first half. They let it get down to 8 by halftime in that last run, and McNeely goes off, and they just never could really get control of the game again. So I think both teams are probably feeling like they let one slip away in this series already this year. And then, to your point, last night was really funny to watch because it was basically the same game twice. Creighton was obviously in a bigger hole when they made their run at the end, but both teams made a similar, dominant run over the final stretch of the game. In UConn's case, it put the game away, and in Creighton's case, it was sent into overtime. I think both teams had a similar scare last night. And today's going to be interesting because I think it's a really good matchup of teams, personnel that knows each other pretty well, coaches that know the opposing coaches and personnel really well. So what are the variables that are going to control it? Like, can Creighton involve Faulkner more than they did in the Omaha rematch when they let, UConn get away with guarding him with 6'8", 225-pound Alex Caravan, and all their bigs were in foul trouble? Or, will they learn from their lessons from the first half against DePaul when they were finding themselves down 15, chucking up threes and not getting Faulkner involved? So that's the name of the game. Obviously, it'll be a pro UConn crowd. John knows that. This time of last night was an anomaly for Creighton in that it really was more of a pro JAYS crowd and more of a neutral environment, a true neutral environment the rest of the way, unless they face Marquette in the finals the rest of the way. If they get St. John's, and certainly with UConn tonight, it's going to be a road game for the JAYS. So that'll be a variable in UConn's favor for sure, because there's a lot of UConn fans out here in NYC, and there were a lot in the building last night.
Yeah, I made the comment earlier that it feels louder in here for UConn than it does in their home gym in stores. And it might be the acoustics. Obviously, it's a bigger building than Gamble Pavilion is, but it felt like a UConn home game last night. And thinking back a couple of years ago when they played Villanova in a semifinal, that atmosphere was absolutely electric. And it's a Friday night. Yeah, this will be as a road game as a neutral site game can ever be.
Yeah, for sure.
And it will be that way. I think one of the keys tonight, one of the things that's probably most concerning if you're Creighton is the first 2 matchups, Alex Caravan wasn't as big a factor. He had really a couple of rough offensive games, especially perimeter shooting. But since that the second Creighton game, He's been hitting 50% of his threes. He is more like the Alex Caravan we thought he was going to be coming into this season, and how he ended last year, and how the Jays deal with that in the combination of now having, McNeely in the lineup full time. Could be an advantage for UConn tonight if Caravan has another good game.
No, I'm with you. I think both teams are both teams in every matchup now this going into the third one, have been just a little bit different enough from game 1 to game 2 to now game 3 in terms of what you have to worry about. Like, Fedora didn't play at all in the first matchup. McNeely went off in the second one after not playing in the first. Like you said, Caravan was struggling. Now he's kind of back. I think, I think it's just, it's just going to come down to just playmaking tonight, because there's no secrets. Like UConn understands who they are right now. Creighton understands who they have to be. And so it's just going to be, there's not going to be, the scouting report's going to be simple because it is what it is at this point. You all know each other. There's no questions anymore. It's just about who can make the plays under pressure on the stage. That's what this time of the year about, especially the Big East tournament. It's kind of why I think this day, semifinal Friday at the Garden, is more. There's just something to it, John. I don't know. Feel free to call me crazy, but I feel like it's a much harder day than the opening day of the NCAA tournament. I just think it's more intense. I think you get the sense of the rivalries. You get a sense of how much it means to everybody that's playing in the Garden. The arena comes alive. There's just no feeling like it. And, it's going to be a pretty special night. Both games are going to be really intense, and it's going to be fun to be in the building for it.
It's different and it's not. I mean, in that, the stakes aren't nearly as high, but the fans always bring it. I mean, most of the time in an NCAA tournament, especially if you're playing one of those early games, it can be a little flat in the building.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
If I think this is the one type of event where the fans bring the energy and it translates down to the floor, and it brings out the best and the competitive juices in the players. Not that doesn't happen in a lot of areas, but especially for teams like these Final Four teams, they're all going to the NCAA tournament. They don't need to win this event, but when the energy gets pumping in this building, and then you get the familiarity breeds contempt that you don't always have in an NCAA tournament. I think those things together bring it to a boiling point and makes this feel like it is bigger than the first weekend of the NCAA tournament, even though in reality it is not, because the stakes aren't as high.
I think that's what pushes it over the top for me, is that when you're in the NCAA tournament, everybody knows it's basically their last day if they don't take care of business, if they're not sharp, right? But Big East tournament, especially with these 4 teams right here, they're all guaranteed tomorrow. So the intensity they bring, despite that, I think lends me to believe that this thing means a little bit more once you're just on the court and you feel the energy in the building. It's just really powerful. I think as a competitor, it just takes you to a place, and the level of games we see here, despite the fact that these teams all have have all played well enough to have a tomorrow. The fact that they play like there isn't one, I think speaks volumes about, kind of what this arena and what this event does to you when you realize there's a championship on the line.
Matt DeMarinas, White and Blue Review. Matt, we'll see you in a few minutes. Thanks for joining us, and we'll enjoy tonight's game for sure, I'm guessing.
Sounds good. See you soon, Johnny. Thanks, fellas.
You bet.
Bye, Matt.
Matt DeMarinas, White and Blue Review. All right, happy hour's coming up. We got One Beer Friday, and we're going to play War on the Radio. Yes, we're going to enjoy One Beer Friday at 1620 The Casino.
Nice.
So we're going to play the old-fashioned card game War, where it's just whoever draws the higher card wins.
Don't sound so excited, John.
I'm just explaining the rules.
I got my deck. I'm ready to go, baby.
So if we decide, are we doing this? Is it just one game of War? Is that it? Just a deal of cards?
I think we said best of 3.
Yeah.
We'll do best of 3. And
All right,
the listener gets to choose if they want my cards or Nick's cards.
All right. So we're playing War for $50 in gift vouchers to the great folks at the Woodcliff. $50 to their great restaurant. You can win next. 402-951-1620. Let's get going. One Beer Friday and War on 1620 The Zone. the hell is happening in my hometown?
What's going on?
They have issued a dust storm advisory.
But it's raining right now.
For Lincoln and Lancaster County.
It's raining.
Apparently it's not raining enough in Lincoln.
I guess
They've
so.
issued a dust storm. Apparently the Dust Bowl is back, friends.
Folks.
Yay, depression, Dust Bowl.
Well, if the shoe fits.
It's happening all over again.
John, we have Josh Otson in here. Now, he is not going to be talking. He says, I've talked enough today, and he still has a pregame show to do. But Josh is going to be helping us out with the playing of war with the Friends of the Grum.
So $50 to the Woodcliff on the line. It's just simple. If your hand beats the other guy, if your card beats the other guy's card, you win. It's best of 3.
Yep.
So who do we got? First contestant at 1620 the casino.
That would be Don. And by the way, we do have 2 lines open at 402-951-1620. Hello, Don.
Hello, how's it going?
Good. How are you?
Good. Just driving down the interstate.
Nice. Do you want my cards or do you want Josh Odson's cards?
I'm sorry. I'll take Josh.
The other Josh? I'm Josh.
Yeah.
All right, other Josh.
Yeah, this was a mistake. We got 2 Joshes working on
All right,
this.
here we go, John.
All
You
right,
ready?
Go for it.
All right, and first card, I win 6-4. Second card, I win Jack to 7. Oh, so I won. Don, you're a loser, Don. Sorry. You didn't choose me. That's right. You chose Odson. Wow. Very sad.
All right. Well,
Very
that's
sad.
how it works. Very simple.
Yep. We're off to the races.
402-951-1620. Get in now. $50 to the Woodcliff. You can take your date out and have a great night at the Woodcliff. And look out at the beautiful views of the lake during our wonderful spring weather that is here.
Eddie is up next. Hello, Eddie.
Yeah, boy.
Yeah, boys. Indeed.
Yeah, boys.
Nick, what's going on with this camera angle right now?
I'm doing my best so you can see the cards on the table.
Right now, we're getting a great view of your mic boom.
I don't think that you're going to be able to see them. Why don't we just answer the phones?
Okay.
All right, let's get back to it. Eddie, do you want Josh or me?
It's radio, kids.
Oh, I'm bringing the energy, and I'm gonna take it with Odd Son.
Oh, wow.
All right,
you have energy?
Oddson.
I don't have the energy? Interesting. All right, here we go.
All right, here we go. Card, go.
Oh, Odson won king to 2, and Odson won 10-3. Look at that. Congratulations, Eddie, a winner on line 4. Nice job, Eddie. Very good. Very good.
I am really liking this. In fact, you know what?
What?
Let's just blow this sucker up right now.
Oh, you know what?
I like this. This
Here,
is
you
a
know
great
what?
camera angle.
John, you know what? I got an idea then. Wrong one. Let's switch this over to there. And because Nick did make a little background for this. Did it work? Let's see. Nope, it's not working. All right, well, never mind. So much for that. Look, it's just John. Look, John, no, you can't get mad at me for this. You can't get mad at me for this situation. Wow, that looks like absolute garbage. Let's go back to the phones. Doug is up next.
You people and your stupid graphics again.
No, we're just trying to make the show look good, John.
It looks great. It looks fantastic.
Yeah. Hi, Doug.
Hey,
Do you want Odson or do you want me?
I want you. You're lucky you.
All right. We love to hear that. All right, here we go. Here we go. Oh, Odson won with an ace versus my 2. Oh, 2 kings. War. What is that? I declare a thumb war? What do you say now? You do 3
No, you
quickly?
just draw another card.
No, I think we have to draw 3 cards real fast. Right? 1, 2. All right, I beat you with that one. So I got the second card. Yep. All right, now here we go. It's down to this, John, for the last one. Oh, let's go. Congratulations to Doug. Doug, congrats. I'm going to put you on hold. Yeah, exactly. This is great. Hey, man, absolutely. All right, we're off to the races. There we go. How you feeling, John? How do you feel about this game? Where does this one rank in the annals?
Oh, this is tremendous. This is just really good.
All right, that's
but
2 winners
what's really
down.
bad is those ugly cards that Odson's holding right now.
Dude, they are atrocious. They are so bad. They are so bad. Thumbs down from Odson. All right, back to the phones we go. Nick Doug was the winner on line 3. Spencer is up next. Hello, Spencer.
Hey, how's it going?
Good, man. How are you?
Good.
You want Odson or do you want me?
Odson?
I want you.
All right, it's me. All right, Odson. Here we go. You ready? I win 10-5. Odson wins queen to 9. Odson wins king to 7. Sorry about that, Spencer. Spencer. Wow, Odson. That might be a listener of the pregame show that you're doing later, and you just called him a loser. Very, very sad. All right, still 2 winners to go as we roll on in 1620 the casino. Mike is up next. Hello, Mike.
Hello.
Mike, do you want Odson or Peterson?
Give me Odson.
Odson it is. All right, here we go, Mike. Queen beats 7. King beats 5 for me, and King beats 9. Wow. Sorry about that, Mike. You are a loser now. You're a loser. Wow.
Wow.
Yep, indeed. Oh, here we go. The phone calls are jumping around. Caller. Oh, nope, that's not working. Caller, what's your name? Nope, that's not working. Caller, what's your name? All righty. Well, great phones we got here, folks. Caller, what's your name?
My name's Alan.
Alan. All right, Alan. Do you want me or do you want? Look at it, it's a close up of John laughing. Do you want Alan? Do you want? You want Peterson or Odson?
Who's one more?
I think we're tied. I think we're about tied right now. So dealer's choice.
All right, you pick for me.
Let's go with Odson. I think Odson's going to beat me this time, and we're not counting cards. We don't know what's going on over here. All right, here we go.
Okay, go.
8 beats 4. Oh, I won Queen 9 and Odson. Let's go. Congratulations, Alan. You're a winner, baby. You're going to the Woodcliff. All right. Congrats to Alan on line number 1.
We have some spastically excited listeners
Hey,
screaming on the phone.
John, they get $50 to the Woodcliff.
I know. I'm not criticizing.
All right, that's 3 winners. We have 1 winner to go. Will it be John? Hello, John.
Hello. How you guys doing?
Good, man. Do you want Odson or do you want me?
I'm going to go with you.
You're going to go with me. All righty. Let's see if I can get a winner for you, John. Good luck. Here we go. I lose 10-6. I lose 10-8. Wow, that was fast. All right, bye-bye, John. I love all the fist bumps from Odson every time he wins. We still need another winner. We still need another winner. Back to the phones we go. Kevin is up next. Hello, Kevin.
How we doing?
Good, man. How are you?
I know I didn't make the game up. If I make one suggestion, if you're down 0-2 and you tie in the third card, don't you go to war and get 3 points?
Yeah, well, we got to move the game along because it's the happy hour coming up soon.
Fair enough.
Yep.
I tried.
Yep.
I'll take you, Mr. Peterson.
All right, I'm going to try to win for you. Here we go, Kevin. I won with a king versus a jack. I won with a 7 versus a 5. Kevin, that's how it's done, baby. Congratulations.
And it's my birthday.
Hey, happy birthday, Kevin. That's awesome.
you.
All right, I'm going to put you on hold, Odson, or Nick will get your information.
Perfect. And there it is.
Wow.
Another successful game at the hot tables of 1620 the casino.
Yep.
Thanks to the Woodcliff, and there might still be a few left on the zone deals. Get 2 $25 gift certificates for only $25, 1620thezone.com. Now we'll come back and do One Beer Friday.
Let's do it.
As we're getting closer to basketball here in Madison Square Garden on 1620 The Zone.
I drank beer with my friends. Sometimes I had too many beers. I liked beer. I still like beer. Had beers, have some beers. One beer, drink beer, drinks beer, drank beer, and drinking beer.
Upstairs, downstairs, where was it? I don't know, but I had one beer.
Friday!
You probably have Beer Center each week. Ralph Club, biggest contributor. Yeah, for that.
I like beer. I don't know if you like Beer Center or not. What do you like to drink?
I had one beer. Friday. Yeehaw!
Hanging out and having some beers with friends, which I gladly do and which I fully embrace.
Well, you think it was... Nope, there was one beer. Friday.
It's our favorite day of the week, which is why we gave it a hashtag. It's One Beer Friday here on 1620 The Zone. Take a pic of what you're drinking this weekend. Put it up online. I know Jays fans, you're already getting lubricated for tonight's game against UConn.
Oh, yeah.
Take that picture, use that hashtag, send it to us in the J-Tech Construction Zone Twitter feed at USC1620, and let us know what is in your, well, what's going to be coursing through your liver in a few hours.
Nice.
We are here at Madison Square Garden. There'll be plenty of alcohol consumed here at $18 to $25 a pop. In fact, I already see the giant cans being carried around. Should be an electric atmosphere. St. John's playing at home, though it's a neutral site game against Marquette in the first Big East semifinal. And then, of course, Creighton and UConn tonight. We'll have all the coverage starting after Argrum is done at 6 with Josh Odson and Blue Jays shoot around. And then Taylor Stormberg and I, along with Connor Happer, take over at 7:30.
By the way, John, earlier when we had Kent on, we were talking about the Wooden Award, and one of the players that we mentioned was Cooper Flagg. We have learned within the last hour that he will not play tonight against North Carolina. He sprained the left ankle yesterday against Georgia Tech. He was deemed a long shot by John Shire. He will not indeed play. I don't think this is a surprise. Mike Schaefer and I talked about it yesterday after the injury. Coming when it did, their seating is all taken care of. They don't have to care about this game. So no Cooper Flagg as they get him rested up for the NCAA tournament.
Yeah, not surprised by that in the least. So the ringer this week, or was it this week?
Yes.
I got it this week.
It was a couple days ago.
They decided to rank the top 100 sports moments of the quarter century. We are now one quarter of the way through the 21st century. And these are the top 100 sports moments. We're just going to skip ahead because this is where I have the
You got triggered by this.
I got triggered by this because these people are clueless.
So
absolutely clueless.
I know what was number one. And I did scroll through the top 10. I don't remember them in order. I was trying. Are we going to go in reverse order? Or are we starting at the top and then working our way back?
Let's start at the top. Let's start at the top.
I actually thought they're number one, and you know how much I hate the Giants. I thought that it was a good one because it's the helmet catch, and it's not so much the play, it's what the helmet catch begat, and that was the ending of an undefeated season. We've never had an undefeated season in this century. We've only had one in the NFL's history in the Super Bowl era. That was back in 72. We talked about it with the Chiefs, John, a little over a month ago. Like, was this Super Bowl a bigger opportunity than the undefeated season? And the argument, of course, could be made that the answer was yes, because it would have been a three-peat, which we'd never even had a team with that chance in the Super Bowl, let alone done it. Well, we haven't seen a team at 18-0 in the Super Bowl era. So I thought that was actually, of all the things that have happened, I thought that was a pretty good number one. And I think the short list for what else I would have included would have been like some baseball stuff, I think, actually, not even anything else from football.
It's worthy of being in the top 10, yes. Is it
It's not number one?
It's not number one.
What's number one?
Well, let's keep going down the list, shall we?
All right.
Number two, the block. This is LeBron James blocking Andre Iguodala near the end of Game 7 of the NBA Finals. Cleveland ends up winning. LeBron fulfills the prophecy and returns to Cleveland a NBA champion. Don't have a problem with this in the top 10. I don't think it necessarily is number two.
Okay. So we're off to a great start.
Number three, the Red Sox rally from 3-0 down versus the Yankees in the ALCS. Again, another fine moment. Is it number three? No.
Okay, what do you want
just
from a top moment?
Just hang on.
We had never seen, brother.
We'll get there.
To defend that pick. I mean, we had never seen a team come back from down 3-0, and that allowed them to win their first World Series in 86 years. So I think that it very much deserves a place in anywhere near the top.
Number four is Michael Phelps and the greatest relay ever. I really can't speak to this because I don't watch the Olympics.
And then he smoked marijuana and ruined everything.
That was awesome because it was the difference between him getting 8 golds versus 7 golds and 1 silver. That was incredible.
Yeah, but he was part of the 4x100 relay at the 2008 Olympics and the greatest relay ever. Again, can't really speak to it, so I won't go there. Number 5, this is a good one. Because it was an oh my God moment where everyone who was watching, I still remember my reaction in the hotel room in Anaheim, California. The kick 6.
Yeah.
Auburn upsetting Alabama in the Iron Bowl on the returned field goal by Chris Davis. And answered prayer.
I will never forget the exact spot where I watched that game, who I was watching the game with, my reaction to that game. That is the best ending that I've had the chance to ever watch in college football. That game was ridiculous.
That one definitely worthy of being in the top 10 for sure.
Okay.
Number 6, Ray Allen saves the Heat with a 3. Do you remember this?
Yeah, well, now I didn't watch it live because I was working the College World Series with you, but if this doesn't happen, the Spurs win a title, and the Heat will actually only win 1 in the LeBron James, Dwayne Wade era.
No, this shouldn't even be in the top 20. I mean, we didn't even think about where it was. Hard disagree.
Okay.
Number 7, Tiger Woods' last Masters win. This is a good pick.
Yeah.
Because obviously Woods was a broken down individual physically.
Oh, yeah. And mentally. Emotionally.
And emotionally. And the only thing, this is top 5.
Okay.
It's definitely top 5. They have it number 7. It's definitely top 5.
Okay. So we know one that belongs in the top 5 from John.
Can't speak to number 8.
Messi and Argentina win.
I have no idea what that is, so
Okay.
I can't speak to that. The number 1 that should be number 9, and there is no doubt.
Wait, the number 1 that should be number 9, or do you mean the number 9 that should be number 1?
This is number 9.
We will say that you're biased.
You shouldn't have said
Of
anything.
course I'm biased, but when a team wins a World Series for the first time in 108 years, and it became something that I called it myself, the last great American sports moment.
You did say it that one time.
And it got on the Cubs video.
It did.
This is the number 1 moment of the quarter century. Ain't no helmet catch. Ain't no Mbappe World Cup Argentina thing.
Wow.
Ain't no Ray Allen make some inconsequential shot for the Miami Heat. Who cares about the Miami Heat?
It saved them.
It don't matter.
The season would have ended.
So the Cubs winning the World Series is the number 1 moment of the quarter century in sports.
What if you removed the bias? Do you still feel this way if you take away the bias?
Let's turn it around a little bit. And obviously, you got the Red Sox.
You thumbed your nose at that even belong in the top 5. How does that one not belong in the top 5? But the Cubs is number 1.
No.
Yes,
Red
you
Sox,
did.
No. Winning the World Series.
I mean, John,
I am surprised that the Red Sox winning the World Series, which happened in this quarter century, wasn't higher on the list.
I mean, it's not even actually on the list. I think that
it didn't make the top 100.
No, because I think you're supposed to take that as also they won the World Series. It's one giant moment. Just like that's how I viewed it, was they came back from 3-0 and then they won the World Series. You can't have one without the other.
Well, okay. I guess I didn't take it that way. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it says in the paragraph, and then they went and won the World Series.
Okay, well, in that case, yeah, I'll put that there. But the Cubs winning the World Series greater than the Red Sox winning the World Series. Longer drought. No one thought it was possible. Came back in an epic Game 7. Had to win 2 games on the road. No question about it. No question.
So that's why when we started this, I said the helmet catch and ending the undefeated season by the Patriots, I think that should, at the very least, be in the top 3. And I said, or I would go with 2 baseball ones. And those are the 2 baseball ones. It would either be the Cubs winning their first World Series in 108 years, or the Red Sox coming back from down 3-0 against the Yankees and then winning their first World Series in 86 years. I think that those are the top 3 in some order. I will hear an argument for any order, but I think that the biggest moments in my sports life were those 3 so far. And if we get ones that are bigger than that, that's going to be awesome. But I would say that in my lifetime, those are the 3. Now, and they're not teams, or they're not individual sports, so maybe you throw in some of the individual stuff in there. But in terms of team sports, those are the 3 biggest things for me as a sports fan watching baseball. Oh, yes, and thank you, Andy. Also the Diamondbacks. Yes, and the 2001 World Series. Obviously, Scott Brocious, Byung-Hyun Kim, Derek Jeter, Mr. November.
That one pitcher who definitely wasn't problematic at all in any way.
Kurt Schilling. We were just talking about him in the bloody sock.
One other football moment that I put up there with the kick 6, because I had a very similar reaction to it, was the Minneapolis Miracle.
Oh yeah, where is that one on this list?
33rd.
Yeah, the only issue with that, though, the kick 6 didn't win the national championship, but at least they got to the game, as the Vikings didn't even make it to the Super Bowl.
Right, but if you're just looking at it as a moment, I mean that was incredible. I almost passed out. I was screaming so
I
loud.
Lost my mind. That was
because
awesome.
It was so unexpected. So unexpected. Obviously it was a huge mistake by the Saints, but it allowed it to happen. But just the suddenness of it, and the fact that it happened to the Minnesota Vikings, a team that has been long cursed.
Oh yeah.
For failures in the playoffs, and I've heard from Viking fans beyond that has said that made up for so many other failures. Gary Anderson missing the kick and some other things that have happened to Minnesota in the playoffs because of how unexpected and shocking
it was. We thought they were going to go for a field goal so they could force overtime, and instead they walked it off, which we talked about it before, John, and we talked about it the day after that game. How many actual walk-offs have we had in regulation in the NFL? On a touchdown. It barely ever happens.
Charles Schwackoff.
Charles Schwackoff Stadium. I would say this. You were being very critical. I'll be a little critical with you now. Linsanity was awesome, and it's definitely not the number 11 moment in the 21st century. I am stunned that the 28-3 comeback is 12. You want to talk about another, just something that we will never see again, I don't think. A 25-point deficit in the Super Bowl, and they came back and won. Absolutely ridiculous. And so that was outside the top 10. And college football ones, the number 2 college football one that they had on here was number 13 overall, and that was the Texas USC Rose Bowl. And that, in my opinion, is the greatest college football game that I've ever watched. I would actually have that above the kick six, even though I think the kick six is a more memorable play.
I think if something has cultural significance that transcends the community that was targeted for, it should be in the top 10.
Yeah.
The 28-3 game.
Yeah.
That should be.
It's definitely a top 10 thing. I'm stunned that it's as low as it was.
Yeah, I was just looking up right now by sport. You can look it up by sport too.
Yeah.
And see where everything goes. But yeah, I think this was probably as symbolic as anything. But the number 100 moment, the Fail Mary.
Yeah. I remember where I was for that
Which is
one.
kind of a nice symbolic way of acknowledging that moment exists. And, I mean, was it a great moment? No, but it certainly was an infamous moment.
Yes.
And one that people talked about for a long time. And certainly may have impacted the course of a collective bargaining ploy or collective bargaining
to get
contract,
the refs. Yeah.
Because it got the refs back quicker.
Yeah. By the way, scrolling through, there's a couple of they're sports related, obviously, because this is sports, but they're away from the field or court. Like the decision was up at number 22. George Bush's first pitch is in here, which again in the 2001 in the GOAT World Series. And you want to talk about again on field related to sports, but not actual action. Those are probably the two that I will remember more than any others. I'm trying to think of if what else would be there, but those, I mean, the decision was massive, and everything that has happened since in terms of the player empowerment era, it starts with the decision. And I mean, that moment with George Bush, whatever you think about his politics, was ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
All right. When we come back, we've got some content, and we also have predictions.
Nice.
Next on 1620 The Zone.
Unsportsmanlike Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
All right, we're about to reach that, again, awkward moment where we
Nice.
get another national anthem in the middle of the show. So let's see how it goes as we get to content.
On Thursday's Grum, that was yesterday.
Yep.
Josh and Shafe discussed the insane ending to the Norris-Lincoln Pius game, but we have video of it. So let's celebrate it even more.
They'll switch inbounders. Volkmer to Weber. Shot doesn't get off.
He got that off. Oh! It's good!
Oh! What a shot! What a shot!
Sports.
It was amazing. The best angle, though, was the fan cam in the stands that you could see the whole court, and Jimmy Moats, the head coach at Norris, already had his arms up as the shot was released. He thought it was good from the jump, and, of course, it went in. So Jimmy Moats, who also, when he won a state title at Sterling, this is back in the days when I was calling the games, had his Jim Valvano moment where he was running around looking for people to hug. Jimmy has been ultra blessed in the state tournament over the years. Congratulations to Barrett Bosinger, who made the shot, and to the Norris Titans. What a thrill.
Incredible, man. Absolutely incredible. Every replay, I just feel worse and worse and worse for the player who tried to save the ball and ended up costing his team the game in regulation. Absolutely brutal. The thrill of victory, the agony of defeat.
Meanwhile, in Kansas City.
Give me two. Come on, Will. Show me what you got there. I'll see what I got right here. Oh. Okay. 5 cards done. 4s are wild.
Buzz, here's to feeling good all the time.
Who's that?
I'll get it.
About time you got here. Room for one more?
In the Hall of Fame, the Royals Hall of Fame, congratulations, Alex Gordon. 31st member.
Pretty cool way to do it, too, with the with that video announcement.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty cool.
Many bubbles will be burst Sunday evening when the NCAA field is selected. Who do you think the college basketball pundits will be saying was the biggest victim of being unfairly left out of the dance?
Who are the nominations for this type of discussion, John, as I go and look at the other at-larges off of the bracket matrix? I mean, I guess Xavier, though, they did not do themselves any favors with the loss yesterday. Dude, you just know, no matter what the choice is with North Carolina, they're going to end up being a lightning rod, either for good or for bad.
Yeah, North Carolina's in that mix, West Virginia, San Diego State, Xavier. But looking at teams, just judging by Bart and the first 4 teams out, I would not be surprised if either, because people will like to champion for the little guy, Boise State and or Colorado State will be 2 teams, one of 2 teams, one or both, who, if they don't win the Mountain West tournament, will be that one. So I'm going to pick one of those 2 with an outside dark horse, not really dark horse candidate, but Xavier could be that team as well.
Well, Josh, do you care to chime in on the biggest story surrounding the Dallas Cowboys right now?
Oh, wow, the Miles Sanders edition. Yeah, that's a big one. No, John, did you see what happened yesterday, or did you avoid it because of all of the falderall with the hoops?
The only thing I saw was DeMarcus Lawrence saying he wanted out of Dallas because he couldn't win a Super Bowl there, and Micah Parsons took exception to that.
Yep, John's going to do.
Now we rise for the national.
John's going to do the anthem. You should just pull a Kaepernick and stay on your knee, John, to support things. Yeah, look, Lawrence isn't going to win a Super Bowl in Seattle, though. It has caused quite the kerfuffle inside of the media. Oh, God. And now it sounds like Cooper Kupp's going to Seattle, too.
Oh, my gosh.
I'm triggered.
Seattle's confusing me.
What are they doing?
I don't know.
How do you sell off all these players? You get rid of your quarterback. You bring in Darnold, but you don't have the infrastructure of the previous spot. You get rid of Metcalf, and now you bring in Cooper Kupp.
Every time I see any news out of Seattle over the last few weeks, I'm like, huh?
By the way, he sounds like he's likely to make, according to Ian Rappaport, who just reported this information, $15 million or more in 2025.
It's unfortunate that this news came down right when John had to leave for a couple minutes.
That's true for the national anthem. I guess he can chime in later.
I guess he can. Have you seen this? Have you heard about this? Bill Belichick asked UNC staff to copy his girlfriend on every email they send him. What?
What in the world? If you missed this yesterday, it was reported by Matt Hartman, who writes about North Carolina. And the email, sure enough, now this was set back in December by old Billy B. And he sent it to a variety of people inside of the program, including Michael Lombardi, who is his GM. And the subject line read, Football, Social Media, and Web Content 1216. Thank you for the email. I'm including Jordan on this email so she can keep up with our postings. Can you include her on anything you send to me? Thank you.
Is it because he's old as hell and she isn't, and she might have a better memory?
It might be that, Nick. I would say that that's a weird version. It's not nepotism, but it's very, very strange.
It is strange.
This is very strange.
Do you have any thoughts, John?
John, do you know what's going on? Do you know what we're talking about?
I heard the Cooper Kupp news. I'm sad to see he's going to Seattle, and he's going to be stuck with that crap organization.
Handshake meme.
At least for a year.
Did you hear the Bill Belichick discussion?
Yes. I think he's just so old that his I can't even say his old lady because she's definitely not an old lady. Is just trying to keep track of things for a feeble old man who doesn't want to deal with the minutia of email.
76ers president Daryl Morey says he asks AI for input when making team decisions.
We absolutely use models as a vote in any decision.
Explains the struggles of the 76ers, doesn't it?
Yeah. Listen, technology is great. AI, when used properly, can be really good, but not for making decisions. What are we doing here? You know, you have had you've been blessed. This organization has been blessed with some pretty good players here recently, and you've blown every opportunity. And I think we now know why. You have no idea what you're doing as management and leadership.
Yeah, this is really weird. You know, and he tried to explain it like, no, look, it spits back out exactly what we say, or what we think. But it'd be like using it for spell check.
Yeah. I've been saying this about AI since the public got it way too early, I might add.
Yeah?
It's a good tool to help you, but you shouldn't make AI the backbone of anything.
Yeah, I mean, and in defense of him, I don't think it's their backbone, but, man, I think this crap's weird.
It's very weird.
It's very strange.
In a controversy that is so typically golf, a Texas Longhorn golfer was removed from TPC Sawgrass after he reportedly heckled Rory McIlroy during a practice round. McIlroy shanked a drive into the water, and Luke Potter, not Harry, reportedly made a reference to McIlroy's choke job at the 2011 Masters. Thoughts?
It's interesting, John, as Nick started asking that question, because I had not seen this story. My first thought was, okay, did the fan maybe say something like really, really bad? I mean, if you're just referencing a choke job, though, that's fair game. One of the worst parts about golf is that you're not allowed to make any noise during the proceedings. It's the same thing with tennis. I like that other sports have crowd noise. I think that this is weak as hell.
And now Potter is like profusely apologizing. The Texas golf coach told golf.com he's got a hole in his heart. He had no idea that what was coming out of his mouth was going to result in this fashion. And now he's...
All right, well, that's stupid, too.
That is.
Yeah, this is so typically... It was a practice round. And, by the way, Rory, you did choke in the 2011 Masters, so congratulations to you.
It was brutal. He melted down, Nick, on that Sunday.
Whoa.
It was awful.
A former reality TV star won the Iditarod Trail Sled Dog Race.
Oh!
Completing the longest course ever, 1,129 miles in 10 days, 14 hours, 55 minutes, 41 seconds. Jesse Holmes, a former cast member of the Nat Geo series Life Below Zero, is the champion. See, I guess reality TV stars can win real things.
Real quick, Nick, did you say 1,129,000 miles?
No, I said 1,129.
Okay. I was like, holy crap, that would have been a lot of miles. I don't even know who this person is, but congratulations. The Iditarod seems like a wild competition. I can't imagine what it would be like to be a dog.
I was trying to remember back. We went down like a rabbit hole a couple of years ago about the Iditarod, and I'm trying to remember what it was.
I think I'd never heard of it before, and I think I got confused by the word. I vaguely remember something.
Wasn't there a movie about it? Do you remember that, John?
With Cuba Gooding Jr., Snow Dogs?
I know. It would have been one when I was a kid.
I don't know about that.
Snow Dogs came out when I was a kid.
Yeah.
All right, there's content for you as St. John's and Marquette just about ready to tip off here as the introductions have already begun. Of course, the winner of this game will play the winner of Creighton UConn tomorrow night, 5:30 Omaha time in the Big East Championship. Of course, we'll have coverage of Creighton starting at the top of the hour with pregame and 8 o'clock scheduled tip time for the Blue Jays and the Huskies. When we come back, some predictions for the weekend, including who wins this tournament.
Nice.
On 1620 The Zone. But first, the reason why St. John's is in this spot is they got some serious NIL. And that's how it's done these days in college athletics. Name, image, likeness. If you would like to get involved in your own small way, doesn't have to be big donations. It can be smaller ones. And you can do it in a more fun, engaging way. Rewarding your team when your team rewards you. On the line, partners with all 3 Division I programs in the state of Nebraska. Creighton, Nebraska, Omaha. All you do is go to athleticsontheline.com, pick that favorite school, then pick a measurable metric. Could be made field goals, could be block shots, could be just straight up wins or points, whatever the case may be. Attach a dollar figure to every measurable metric, and then that becomes your donation to your favorite school's NIL. It's gamifying your giving and helping your favorite school recruit and retain the best college athletes. So if you'd like to find out more, visit them on the line at athleticsontheline.com. athleticsontheline.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for predictions.
Over, bet the over. Vikings in the over.
I can tell already I am going to have a blast watching this game. Not for the players.
Yeah.
But for the two coaches. You could not ask for two more diametrically opposed coaches in terms of their sideline demeanor and their dress than Shaka Smart of Marquette and Rick Pitino of St. John's. You got Pitino, Natalie dressed, walking up and down the sidelines. Most of the time his arms are folded, watching. And then you have Shaka Smart, who gets down in his stance. He's dressed like he is one shed polo away from being able to go out and run a marathon because, it looks like he's got his sneakers on and he's got the long shirt on and, he just looks like he's ready to go for a run outside in 40-degree weather. And then there was one play earlier when we were in commercial break where, Marquette had defended the possession well, and Shaka ran all the way down to the very end of the bench and slapped high five with somebody. I don't know if it was a player in scout who was a scout team player or one of his coaches, but obviously they were celebrating the execution of some play. It has just been a fun watch, and we're only 3.5 minutes into this game.
Nice.
All right, predictions. Last week I crushed everybody, and now the champion is back in the lead, but it's still close. It's still very, very early. So let's start with the NBA. Why is this spread 14 points? Are the Lakers sitting people, or do they just suck that bad?
Well, LeBron's hurt. LeBron's hurt right now.
The Lakers are plus 14 at the Nuggets.
Give me them points. Put those points in the back pocket. I'll go Lakers plus 14.
Yeah, I'll take the Lakers.
You know what the heck? I'll go with the Nuggets.
Wow.
Now that you tell me LeBron's hurt.
He's been hurt for a week.
But now, now you're going to have to deal with 390-pound, Jokic. You probably can't even get up and down the floor.
Wow.
Well, that's what the Dallas Mavericks
shaming
say.
John.
That's what the Dallas.
No, you said Jokic.
Oh, did I say Jokic?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
You did.
I meant Luka. I get all my European players mixed
Apparently.
up. Yeah,
they all
Luka.
look alike.
Wow.
Luka. NHL. The Stars are plus 1.5 at the JETS.
Jets.
I think the Stars logo looks bad and dumb.
It's terrible.
But the Jets logo looks really cool, and I wish the NFL Jets would do something better than what they have now and make it look something like this. Canadian
I like
Jet.
the Jets logo.
It's so boring.
The logo's solid.
I don't like it.
All right. So you're going Jets.
I'm going Jets.
I'm going to ride with Nick here, but not because of the logo, because they're the home team in their fate. You can't go into Winnipeg and expect to come out of there with a 2-goal or fewer loss. No way.
Yeah, I can't pick against my JETS.
Jets.
ACC tournament. Clemson is a 1.5-point favorite against Louisville, who needed a last-second shot to win last night. Give me Clemson.
Louisville.
The wrong team is favored.
Oh.
Louisville.
All right.
The Big 12 tournament down in Kansas City on that hideous floor. BYU is plus 6.5 versus Planet Houston.
Stanford Steve says he likes BYU as a potential contender to make a deep run. I'm going to go with the Cougs.
I'll take Houston.
Houston normally would be a good pick, but I like BYU in the points in this spot. A10, you got St. Joe's plus 1.5 versus Dayton. Give me the Flyers.
Same.
I guess it's time for me to fly.
Wow, 3 for 3.
Will Aaron Rodgers' destination be known by Monday at 2 p.m.? Aaron Rodgers, now the latest team involved apparently is the Vikings.
Gross.
They're talking at least. Well, there's talk that the Vikings are talking, and Rodgers is willing to wait.
What is this, a podcast?
To hear about.
It's a concept
what the
of a
Vikings
Rodgers.
say, so he's willing.
Concept of a talk.
I say no. We will not know by 2 o'clock.
I will say yes. It wouldn't surprise me if it happened tonight.
I will say no, because what team in the right mind would want this washed-ass quarterback?
Somebody, Nick. Somebody is going to want him.
The Players Championship. What? You mean what?
Golf? What are we doing? You got so much basketball, and we're doing golf. Okay.
Well, we try to cover the gamut of sports in predictions. The Players' Championship, Josh, some people think of this as like more of a major than the PGA. Then again, the John Deere Classic is more of a major than the PGA, but that's beside the point.
They call it the 5th. I'm going to go with John's guy, Rory. He overcomes getting heckled and a fan getting kicked out. Let's go with Minwoo Lee. And, look, Scheffler is always a golfer. I'm going to go with Scotty Scheffler as well.
I'll go with, I don't have their first names here. A. Bhatia.
Okay.
JJ Spawn, Spaun, and Morikawa.
Let's go with, as I look at the leaderboard.
Mm-hmm.
I like the Bhatia pick. I like the pick of, I'll never pick Rory for anything.
I know you won't.
Let's go with Will Zalatoris, which
the Z spot.
Nice.
If spelled differently, could be thought of as something else. And let's go with Danny Glover.
Nice.
College hockey.
Now we're talking.
People forget UNO is a hockey school.
Do they?
UNO.
They forget that?
Yeah. This is an actual line that can be found on the interwebs. North
Nice.
Dakota plus 1.5 goals versus Omaha. Give me the fighting Mavs.
I'll go with North Dakota.
I'll take Omaha.
Just to cover, John. Just to cover.
Who wins the SEC tournament? So let's check I got to double check and see where the results have been today.
Tennessee won.
Tennessee did win.
And Auburn won, though that game was close. Auburn's the favorite right now. They're the short favorite to win the league. Everyone keeps telling me Florida is good. Give me Florida.
All right.
Nick?
I'll take Auburn.
Okay.
Let's see. So Ole Miss still alive, Tennessee. Of course, you still have Kentucky and Alabama playing a quarterfinal tonight. Florida's in there. I'm going to go with Alabama.
All right. 3 different picks. And watch it be a fourth team. The fourth team has hit the building.
Who wins the Big Ten tournament? I saw that Michigan State eliminated Oregon. Maryland's up early on Illinois. You got Michigan and Purdue later tonight.
Wisconsin beat UCLA.
Beat UCLA. I'm going to, you know what? It's March, or as some people call it, the month of Rizzo. Give me Tom Izzo and Michigan State.
John and me are handshake naming.
I'm going to disagree with you guys. Give me the Badgers.
Badger.
Give me Wisconsin.
Right now, with 14:38 to play in the first half, Marquette leads St. John's 14-9. That is your live update as we ask, who wins the Big East tournament?
John, before this game started, I had made a pact with myself that the winner of the second game would win the Big East tournament. Give me the Creighton Blue Jays to pick up their first ever Big East championship at MSG.
And I can't pick against my team.
UConn.
Nice, Nick. We love to see the hatred.
Will Nebraska ball be in the Crown or the NIT?
It seems like a free point, right? It seems like it's going to be the Crown. All right, Crown.
Crown
his ass.
Okay.
What seed will the Creighton women's basketball team get in the NCAA tournament? I'm going to go with a 9 seed.
Interesting. I'm going to go with a 7.
I'll split the difference. Give me 8.
All right. I think one of us will be right.
What seed will Omaha get in the NCAA tournament?
15.
I agree with you, Nick. I love the confidence. Yeah, well, I think a 15 seed.
And I agree. And what seed will the Creighton men get in the NCAA tournament?
Trying to figure out, John, if I should hedge. Because if I'm right, I think that would be a 7. But if they lose tonight or tomorrow, I think they'd be an 8. I'm going to stick with it. I'll go with a 7.
Give me 9.
Wow. Hater.
Well, that's where they are currently on the bracket matrix.
So are you going to split the difference too, John?
I'm going to go 8.
Okay.
And how many points will Ryan Kalkbrenner have tonight versus UConn, over or under 20.5? He has not scored 20 against UConn in the first 2 games this year. That said, he has been on a heater at the end of the season, and he's played very well here in Madison Square Garden. I'm taking the over.
Same.
Under.
Nice.
Nick, look at who's back.
Yes.
What is
the
this?
main event.
What's this garbage? Why are we doing this after
Formula
basketball?
1.
It's March and John is just doing stupid bits.
Formula 1 is back, Josh. It's back.
All right.
Am I seeing this right? Is Max Verstappen not the favorite? In fact, he's not even the second
No,
favorite.
John, Red Bull was starting to get bad in ass toward the end. He
Oh,
only won.
no. Are they using the wrong screws for their engines?
Yes. I think the
Classic.
only reason Max Verstappen won is because he had such a lead at the front half of the season that when he started to go tank at the last part of the season, he had enough points.
They want Cam Ward?
I mean, it wasn't an intentional tank. He was just bad.
Okay, so it wasn't
Red Bull was
suck
bad.
for luck.
Yeah.
So
And
what's the question here? Who's winning?
who's winning?
Who's winning the race?
Is this Lando Calrissian?
Could be Lando. Lando's pretty good.
I thought Lando was kind of a scumbag character. Give me Charles Leclerc.
Oh, interesting. Lando's pretty good now.
Is he?
That being said, I'm going to go with Oscar Piastri.
I mean, he was pretty good in episode 6. That's true.
Wow, no one is picking Max. I'm going to go with Chuck Norris.
Oh.
And now it is time for the main event.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the main event of the evening.
This is unreal. John is at a college basketball tournament, and we're talking about NASCAR. Who gives a single solitary rip?
America does, Josh Peterson.
Don't think so, John.
America does.
Don't think so, John.
Christopher Bell is going for 4 straight wins. That does not
Whoa.
happen very often in the modern era. So I'll take Bell. I'll see if Kyle Larson can finally get something done. And let's go with Tyler Reddick.
Wow, so you just went with the 3 favorites. Nice job, John. Way to go out on a limb.
Wow, John.
Let's go with Billy Byron. Let's go with Slowey, and let's go with a bit of a long shot. Ross, don't call me Jessica Chastain. Do I make that joke every time I pick Ross? Yes.
Yeah,
Most
you
of
do,
the
and it's
time.
old and it's dumb.
Well, John sounds like you. Am I right?
I'll take Chastain. I'll take Kyle Larson. And behind the Gregson, Noah Gregson.
Nice.
And that is predictions for this week. Oh, no. Yes, it is. Sorry.
Yep. Yeah.
Couldn't tell if that was the last one or not.
Yep. And now it's time to talk about dinner.
I don't know if I have time to play the open.
All right. Well,
I'll eat my neighbors.
There you go.
I'm a weirdo.
What's for dinner? I don't know. It's whatever's downstairs or late night pizza. Honestly, it depends on the result of the game.
Late night pizza sounds fun.
Surely you can find a pizza in New York.
It was amazing. The one right across the street was closed.
What?
When Connor and I walked out of the building at midnight Eastern.
Sad. I will be going yet again, Fish Fry Friday, to Monolithic, and I'll be having some fish and chips. And John, I'm going to think about you as I eat one of those delectable pieces of fried fish. I'm going to be like, John Bishop, yum, 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 yum. What?
I don't like fish.
I know.
I'm not positive.
Yeah.
What's for dinner tonight? I don't know when I'm leaving. I might not leave here.
Okay. Would you stop it?
I'm sure I'll leave.
Put the martyr baton down.
No,
Nick.
I don't know. I don't know what I'm gonna eat tonight.
Why won't you leave here?
There's scheduling stuff, John. It's the basketball, all the tournaments and stuff happening. I have to work on the back end.
There's only, there's the one game tonight that affects us. And that's one game. It's not like if Omaha were playing, that could.
We're airing other games on various stations, John. But tonight's game does also matter for this.
Oh, I see. Oh,
in the satellite,
hockey,
trying to get it all done.
I see.
Martyr baton,
Okay.
martyr baton, martyr baton, martyr
It's just
baton.
a puzzle. It's just
Martyr
a puzzle.
baton. John, have a great call tonight. Enjoy the basketball.
I will. And Marquette's up 7 right now, halfway through the first half.
Tell Happer hello.
Hi, Happer.
I will. He's way down there somewhere.
Oh, okay.
But that'll wrap it up for the Grum. Hope you enjoyed the week. We'll be back Monday, and we'll know where everyone's going for the big dance.
Baby. Bye.
Good night.
Bye.